Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Paul Ricard Le Castellet. Well, I'm not doing qualifying today. David is taking the car out. Not yet, because we have limited tires, of course. So we wait a bit. Then David does the quali, then I take the car for the start. And we have a nice 6-hour race. Yeah, kind of. We're getting kind of saturated with all these special events, right? It's only, I mean, okay, it's Friday morning. Of course, there is not 10 splits. But still, there are 2 splits. And split 1 is decent enough, I would assume. We have BS Plus in GT Freeze. We have Danteri in GT Freeze. Studio 397 badge, nice. What more should I say? I think the engineering is not yet possible in quali session. These LMP3 battles will be insane. So much cars. Well, we got 2 LMP3s. I think there is 1 LMP3 in split 2. Anyway. Mr. Dan with a stop go already. Funny. Right. Last checks if everything works. I think the stream is alive. Wait, why is YouTube saying this now? Okay, it's all good. All good. Alright. Yeah, indeed, Kashif. Indeed, it's the Geneta is so nice. I mean, I don't like the LMP3 like the other one, which is right-hand drive, but you know. The Geneta is really good. Time to watch. It's always super bright, like exit of Gerges is always super bright here, like it makes me think there is something wrong with the exposure, but I think it's just the angle. Otherwise I adjust the camera gain. Early surprise indeed, Liminal. Yeah, I thought yesterday, well, we've done these Friday morning events with Traction GG a couple of weeks or months ago for Qatar and for Kota, but they are not doing it today. So I thought, well, I have time, I can kind of do it, kind of to test out the stuff. And then David had time, so we just said, well, let's do it. But tomorrow it will be the proper esports sweat split, tomorrow afternoon at 14 UTC. Well, we have some quick names here, anyway, even in LMP2 field. Where is... tiny pedal, what? Spectate, enabled. Louis Roters. Wait, where is this name from? It rings a bell, but I don't remember where from. Where is David? I'm blind, David. We can turn off the replay bar. Okay. I am not going to be doing the team championship races, at least not today and not next week because of Sebring. I mean, even for Sebring, I don't know if we do it. It's kind of the Christmas season and it's gonna be hard to get people to be online. including myself. But maybe we managed to put the team together. Well, with 2 drivers you can do the Sebring 8 hours, that's fine. Karosi, yes, David is teammate. But maybe I do 2 or 3 of the team championship races later on. We are supposed to have a virtual endurance championship 6 hours of Monza, or is it 8 hours of Monza, on 10th of January. But because we cannot have driver swaps in host events, VEC is not happening, so we might as well just do the Monza team championship race, right? Which is gonna be 1 week before that, so I think it's 3rd or 4th of January. Very nice CA. Yeah, it's yeah, let's hope it's gonna be a fun race. I mean, it's gonna be a different kind of fun because we will not have 10 esports people trying to overtake us into every corner. But it's gonna be a different kind of fun, which is fine. Happy to have a race now and then without 10,000 stress. Karosi sounds good. So yeah, David will do the quali now, and then we will do the swap. I have never done the swap in the main menu yet, but I think it's just 2 clicks, right? I think David just has to click exit vehicle, and I click take control over the vehicle. And I think that's all the science to it. But here comes David with nicely warm tire. Put together a 48.7. Well, I'm not sure if we will have 48s in this quali session. But tomorrow for the esports split, I think 48s are required for the pole. Yeah, Daniel, that's in the race session. But in practice or quali, like when quali ends, David will escape, and then he can just escape out of the vehicle. I think that's the case. I don't think he needs to set something in MFD. Like the system is made so that if one driver disconnects, the other one can immediately click to take the vehicle and drive out of the garage. How are we splitting the stints? We don't know yet. We don't really have a plan. Like I start, then David takes over, then I take over, then if race is not done yet, David takes over again. But it's 7 stints. 7 stints, but we have 4 tire sets and a half. So the strategy is quite open, but a double stint is not too difficult. And then you could split it like into 8 stints and just do 1 and 3/4 stints on the same set. Or you can do whatever. Monitor spec, 49-inch ultra-wide, 144 Hz, 1080p resolution, and a lot of ghosting. Not the greatest panel, but was the cheapest, like 800 euros or 750. The cheapest possible 144 Hz ultra-wide that I could find some years ago from Samsung. No planned driving should make good content. Well, hopefully. Let's see what pace others have. Yesterday was
I think there's
fun.
no point in continuing. because I'm only destroying the tire.
Yeah. How quick is Colombo?
Not that.
He's gonna hear it on the stream when he rewatches. He's gonna be angry with you.
Ah, that's true.
We can disable the spectate. Yeah, well, it's
right. So I will just click exit vehicle now.
Yeah. And I click take control, and I have the control.
Cool.
And I guess I need to load the setup.
Yes. Oh, okay. That's 210s. The guy in P2.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, mid-49s are quite realistic of a target.
Yeah. I mean, if we start P2, it's more interesting, maybe, for the stream.
You never know what happens at T1 in the race.
Yeah.
Rotors is the BS Plus guy, of course.
Oh no, he abandoned his.
As Anson crosses the line, he will do another. Maybe the P5 can still improve, but not sure if by 1 second.
Well, the sector one was good.
True. GPU is 3080. I'm slightly limited in some cases by the GPU, but with medium graphic settings,
Going for it.
it's fine. Oh yeah, matching sectors, oof. That was not great. It's a very wide line. Keeping second gear. Not taking all the curb. That's a solid line through here. Take the apex, slightly miss it. And straight run over the finish line to take P2. Oof. Well judged to save the tire.
That was too close for comfort.
If he hit that curb in the last corner, that would be pole.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it showing purple sectors for him? Yeah, because it's 1080p, therefore the GPU has easier time, of course. Like if it was 1440p, maybe it would be a bit of a problem. I'm not taking any illegal substances, it's just a nice fruit bar. Before somebody asks. The air temp is quite hot. Have you tested the engine cooling?
Not really, no.
I mean, around the middle should be fine. I have not seen any smoking yesterday, and it was 25 Celsius. Don't forget to pee. No worries about it. We
Oh,
will swap enough
it's.
with David, so I
I've
have
never
time
seen
later.
that engineer menu.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty
Oh.
simple, right?
The thing is, like, at the moment, I cannot change it.
We are still not driving, but
Okay.
maybe because it kind of puts it like it's lap 1, but then it goes back to lap 0. Maybe it restarts then, and then the system works.
Okay.
Liquid Acid, thank you for the sub. Welcome.
And yeah, something was done to that railroad because now it's suddenly. I mean, it was the same in quali, but I remember it was always it always set like high grip in online races.
Oh, it's medium now, yeah.
Yeah, it's medium.
Well, good to know. I guess it's not progressing, it's just... Was it high grip in quali? Do you remember?
No, it was medium as well.
Okay.
But maybe it will change later as it progresses. I don't know.
It must. If they fixed it. They said they fixed it, so... It better change.
Yeah. Do you remember how was it yesterday?
No, but it was hotter. It was like almost 50 Celsius.
No, I mean the railroad.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, good luck.
Thank you. Enjoy. Warm up the brake. And we are green. Why that message? Pit lane closed during formation lap. I got scared when that popped up. Cold tire, cold brake, but all good. Oh, what? Already P2, P3 off track. Oh, he's pushing behind. I went into endurance mode too quickly. Oh, that was a bit sleepy for me. Not even like don't say I let them through for the content. I didn't. I just went fully asleep there. I was like, okay, they are both off track in turn 1 and 2. Let's start preserving the tire. And then suddenly he's in my gearbox. And then my battling skills were on absolute zero through the chicane. But of course I'm not gonna go bumping doors in lap 1 of 6-hour race. Paid actors. No, there are no paid actors. My brain cells are paid actors. But you know, like I went, as I said, I went immediately into this endurance mode of the brain, just like smooth inputs, don't overload the tire, be safe. But that's not what you should do, even at lap 1. I mean, that's what you should do, that's what everyone should do at the lap 1 of endurance race, get the cooling on. But obviously that's what people don't do, because everybody is half asleep and saving tire at the start, then it's a great chance to overtake. Anyway, let's enjoy some sighting of this really weird and nice livery ahead. What is that even? There are so many possible lines through that corner. I kind of prefer to take a bit tighter one. I was caught napping, oh yes. I mean, it's basically still middle of the night, right? The sun barely rose 3 hours ago. No, but honestly, that's actually one of my weaknesses, I think. It's always been lap 1 and the starts. I mean, I think in recent history of esports I improved in that aspect, so it's not a problem.
Have you changed the wing level compared to quali?
I just loaded the setup that I sent you, so like the Go setup with our click.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Because yeah, there is some UI bug with that engineer mode now, I think.
Yeah, yesterday we figured out that some damage could only pop up in the view if you like scroll through, and then Colin was seeing changes in pit menu on the cooling, even though I did not see. Yeah.
And the wing.
Potentially, yeah. Don't tell me that outside line is quicker. I'm gaining every lap by going tighter. He kind of missed the apex a bit. Anyway, important to save the rear, because the rear on this car is, I don't know if it's bugged or if it's intended to be like that, but it's wearing like crazy. You can understeer how much you want, the rear is gonna wear 50% more. Jarny 1 Verstappen 0. No, like sometimes it's just unlucky, right? I mean, I do pole position and then I get obliterated in turn 1. Well, not necessarily crashed, but just overtaken. Not necessarily by my own fault. But now for sure, people in sim racing, I mean, not just in sim racing, like it's overall, people tend to go full risk into turn 1. I always tend to have a bit of survival instinct. And I want to have a good race. But some people just have only one goal in their head, to overtake the car ahead into turn 1, or 10 cars, or however are ahead of them. Fire team, thank you for the sub, welcome. It's funny how this tire wears, because there is really no wheel spin or no traction drama, but if you check the Motec, the moment you go full throttle, despite TC helping a lot, and despite basically no wheel spin, the wear just accelerates like crazy.
I can see the tire status, like the wear and temperatures.
Yeah.
This is so great.
Yeah, it's really good. Ooh, yeah. You see, like the traction on this car, there is something really weird about it. I don't know what exactly. You can catch it, it's certainly catchable, but it's just so violent. And when it comes to the rear wear, again on the traction zones, you just lose so much, despite not even being on the limit. So you need to be like very smooth, but then at the same time the fronts are kind of a bit hotter anyway. So the fronts have more thermal drag, the rears wear a bit more, but I don't think we're really limited by wear anyway today. Unless we really do like a full push, full double stint. Oh, see you later.
Okay.
Yeah, I did that yesterday almost 2 times when I downshifted from second to first. Just I wanted that RF2 rotation, and downshifted to first, and a big snap happened.
Yeah, this car is very sensitive to that. You can the same thing can happen in the last section, kind of, when you go from second to first.
Yeah. Well, the LMP2 was like that in the past, even on the prior tire models. It was always slightly... I mean, it felt stable, understeery, stiff, until it felt like something broke on the rear suspension and the car just violently snapped. That's how the car used to feel, and it kind of still is like that, but now it's kind of more logical. Feeling betrayed. Well, it's again the Romeo and Juliet scenes, right? So for the differential, the diff is funny in this car. The diff is really strange. So normally, well, I mean, you have power, which only affects the acceleration. You have the coast, which only affects when you're not on the power. And then you have the pump, which affects the transition. No, not pump, preload. We used to have pump as well in R Factor 2 sometimes. But you only have power, coast and preload. And one would assume that you can fix that to some extent, but then it's typical to have very high coast values, because the rear is just too snappy. At some point you run out of options. And then for the downshift, I don't know, it's not really... Is it a differential issue? I mean, I didn't really test it properly. Maybe the preload would help to some extent to tighten it up. But then the car can become lazy. Okay, let's catch that P1. The gap is too big. Well, we have 5 hours and 3/4 to do the job. got some track limits to explore in the meanwhile. You will see. Daniela, I am doing it today kind of for some fun, for some double checks and for the content. Then I'm doing it tomorrow for the content and for the esports and for the win of the esports split. This apex is so hard to hit. Monaco, sadly no rain expected. I don't know why they chickened out of it. Agahinim, hello. Yeah, well, yesterday it was quite a nice race, yeah. I decided to not stream it, like we were like, well, it would be fun to do the 2-hour test, but I was like, nah, I'm not gonna stream. Also with Colin, we were talking of stuff that we cannot leak. So we just did it on our own. And the pace was really mega. This is where I was taken out and almost put it into the barrier yesterday. Because I was going around the outside of a Porsche and he lost the rear and hit me and sent me into a very nice spin toward the barrier. But I didn't Leclerc it. I managed to save it. There was something flying now. Some yellow stuff. Maybe a bollard was hit into the space and it fell back down. This is kind of a legit overtaking opportunity, but not sure if the GT3s appreciate it. Okay, it's time to explore a track limit. Look at this. Well, maybe I went too far, but no cut. I paid for the whole track. Let me go to the wall if necessary. I'm just keeping it in second gear. Even in second gear, when you go on throttle, it has that little rear moment of funniness. Just like for a split second. And then TC takes over and then it's stable. Yeah, the wet track limit, it's bad. Like I reported all the bugs and stuff. I sent the logs and traces. So I did what I could. But even here, like, you can cut across here and then just make a tight chicane and it's gonna go away. And it's not like that offline. If you put default track limits offline, you will have different result. A nice BS Plus slip. Well, BS Plus with the Porsche. I still don't know exact correlation or like what kind of partnership BS Plus have with BMW, but I guess that they are not forced to just run BMWs. At least not in these events that are not like big official competitions with broadcasts. Okay, that needs a first gear to tight for a second. Daniela, yeah, maybe a fair point. Because the track limits are... I mean, the system is quite nice, but then... you know what's the biggest issue here? We are all gonna lose a lot of safety rating. I already lost like 20% from just driving Paul Ricard. Because the track limits are made in such a way that if you don't see the green track limit warning at least 3 times per lap, then you are doing something wrong. You need to see it like, yeah, at least 3 times, I think. Like the second chicane to turn 3, you need to see it then through turn 5. You need to see it here through this chicane that's coming up. Well, I prefer to avoid this curb anyway, but like here you get a track limit and another one. Ideally you see it 2 times here. And then maybe another time out of the last corner. So yeah, ideally like maybe even 4 or 5 times you need to see the track cut per lap. One more here, okay, maybe 6 times. And you know, it's a cut lap. And the system recognizes it's a cut lap and it's bad for your SR. So yesterday I had like SR with triple down arrow because the race was 64 laps and we had 55 cut laps. Despite only have 2.5 cut points. So yeah, indeed the green ones kill the rating. Not much, but they do. Yeah, I'm gonna get soon the red exclamation mark for the badge, right? Well, I don't know how much slower you are if you don't go for all the green cuts. I would assume it's like 3/10, but arguably, while I'm not doing esports, maybe I should sacrifice a 10th or 2 just to make the SR suffer a bit less. There is a bit less traffic because it's only 35 cars because of the split system. So we will be using a bit more fuel. So if I want to do 27 lap stints, I need to maybe lift and coast a bit. We're catching. Half a second, nice. Well, Mattia, fair point. No, the SR is just... it's a weird thing. If you do enough races, you will eventually be just... well, maxed out. With almost impossible to really lose it much. It feels so good to be able to do this corner flat out, especially after developing... oh, the leader off track. After developing the McLaren setup, where that corner is quite a struggle just because of the nature of the car. This is sketchy here. Like, the inside is so wide and very diveable, but then the corner just tightens so quickly that you immediately can just smash the car ahead if there is like a chain of cars. So better to be extremely safe. Let me collect every possible track limit. Well, actually here you cannot cut. If you like cut 1 millimeter on the exit here, it's gonna be an immediate yellow cut. Oh yeah, it's a green, it's not yellow. Not sure when they will fix it, but maybe they should have taken the strict limits for this one. And another yellow. Ooh, that's gonna be... ooh, quarter point, you see that? We found a track limit. I accept to lose SR for that cut. Morning, Mario. But yeah, for the weather, I think they planned to do it wet at some point, but they maybe changed it, so suddenly it was not wet. I didn't check the weather immediately after it was posted, but I've read that at some point they changed it to like fully dry. Or maybe it was full dry all the time. Where are you going? He really dropped the pace though. So I wonder if he has too closed brake ducts and is now cooking the tire. And if you don't know what I mean by that, and if you have not checked the changelog or listened to Mr. Hood, we now have heat transfer between brakes and tires, which is a very nice thing to have. Leader is already in 205, okay. That's funny. They want to copy the IRL weather. Yeah, that makes sense. This corner is tricky for overtakes. Ideally you're on the inside, but if you're too close you have to go around the outside. And then there was no chance with two cars on the right for me to slot between them to take the inside. But yeah, we have pretty much opened the ducts up, yeah, like... The track is hot, so... You see we already have 91 front left temperature. Well, send it. Not a cut. Don't blame me, blame the system. I reported the problem. I'm not... wait, I don't even know what wing David took for quali. I think we might have gone +1 for the race. But this car it's very difficult to feel something. It just feels the same whatever you do. It's very difficult to judge what's an improvement and what's not an improvement. And you might get some extra rotation out of a click, but it might turn out that that extra rotation is costing you lap time. When I'm doing the McLaren setup for Go setups, like more often than not, I make a good setup, like solid eSport setup that's actually drivable and so on, but rotates well, and then I do the safe setup, drop the rear ARB, more rear wing, maybe more front right height and so on, just a bit more safer overall. I go for a lap, bam, immediate personal best. Like, why? I made a understeer setup, it shouldn't be better, but it is, so still a lot of things to learn about this tire. And for sure the days of R Factor 2 where you just had to use rear wing 1 and slide it around everywhere are pretty much gone. The only thing that remains is that feeling where the rear shifts to the rear and you need to keep it on the rear, kind of, because the front does not really do the job as it should. So you get too much understeer, but you need to get on with it, you cannot just slide the rear around it. Operating window for slicks, I think like 75 to 85-ish. Well, Daniela, lower wing is better, but at the same time I don't want to lose the rear, and the rear tends to snap quite a bit on the entries. It's more important to have a balanced car, you know, than a bit of top speed. The Porsche has same problem. Okay, I see. Yeah, I was doing Qatar. Everything done, just needed to do, like, I had the hot lap done, I had the telemetry submitted, everything was done. Just had to do the safe clicks. Easy job, right? Do the clicks, go out, make sure it's not half a second slower. Well, it wasn't half a second slower, it was 2/10 quicker on the first attempt. So delete the logs, delete the telemetry, delete the setup, delete the hot lap. And then make a setup that's even more safe than safe. But because it's a McLaren, it still kills you. But no, I mean, for the wing, yeah, it makes sense, you know, to drop the wing for the race, but it depends on the setup. So generally you are just going slower in the race, which means that you are longer on the straights, you need longer to accelerate. You're going slower in the corners anyway, so you don't benefit that much from the downforce. In a way, you know, it depends on the car. And then it's easier. You lose less time overtaking traffic because you're slower in the corners behind them. So, and you're quicker through them on the straight. So that makes sense. But at the same time, the race setup needs to be more stable, more safe. And that usually means that it's a good idea to increase the rear wing. But to be honest, in LMU on most cars, the rear wing does not really affect the drag significantly. It's difficult to gain a lot. Some cars, it is significant. Some cars not. I think Toyota hypercar is very funny when it comes to rear wing. Really not much difference from min to max. In the McLaren, it's quite a big difference. So it's kind of just a tool to adjust the balance more than do much with drag and so on. Kashif, I kind of like Sebring. It's not a bad track. I don't like the bumps. I want it to be resurfaced, so you don't need to drive on this broken concrete that nobody likes. But yeah, the current GT3s, to me, they are still by far the best GT3 experience in the whole sim racing. Although, if they manage to find a way to stop the front just being so numb and dead. Although that's, you know, they will say that it's because of the, what's it called, the steering, hydraulic steering. Oh, what's the word? It's still morning. Power steering. The Bosch power steering. Making it numb. But no, I'm never gonna take that argument. That's what I heard for ACC. But you will never tell me that Bosch power steering in a AMG GT3 is more numb than my 20-year-old Hyundai Accent road car. That has power steering, but probably much cheaper one. Good feeling is an unrealistic one. Yeah, kind of. But I mean, those debates went... Ooh, okay, left side. Those debates went kind of technical and very deep with what's the perfect balance between not having the G-forces to feel and all the movement and rumbling of a real car, but having extra FFB, where is the sweet spot and so on. Mr. Payne is struggling a bit. So he either just fully smashed the brakes, not the brakes, the tires, just overloaded them and now has 80 fronts and 70 rears, or he has 100 Celsius on the tire because of ducts being too closed. I'm struggling through the first chicane. The line through here is difficult to find. Slipstream. Three tenths, 2 tenths. Yeah, there is not much slipstream with LMP2s. You need to be realistically within 2 tenths immediately to get a run. Or you can do this. Nah. You need him to mess up the apex. Should have been a bit tighter. I reacted to him diagonaling across. Which off track is that for him? Is he on 4.5 yet? Still too far. Tricky. I think I was just slightly unlucky with the traffic. But well, I didn't have the inside. We've gone one step towards iRacing. You know what? It's... I think this LMP2 always felt a bit like iRacing after the recent tire updates. Kind of difficult to feel what it's doing on the limit. Kind of numb a bit, but quite stiff. And if you overdrive it, it will bite you. Just that in iRacing it bites you slower, but more for certain. Here it bites you very quickly, but recoverably. Or more recoverably, if you have the reflex. Oh well. Now I'm gonna be stuck into the chicane, maybe. Virtually entertained. I am very entertained behind you. Alright. More than 5 hours to make the move. Why is the slipstream not so effective with LMP2? It's a good question. I don't even know, like, it's been like that since ever in R-Factor 2. I still don't think this is too realistic. I think it's too low here, because you will never persuade me that going 250 plus on a straight, being 1/10 behind, will only gain you a couple of kilometers per hour. And I still laugh at the moment where we were practicing for Le Mans Virtual, and there were the real life drivers asking us why have we turned off the slipstream in the server, because they are trying to overtake and there is no slipstream. Then we were like, nah, that's not what you can do. We didn't turn off anything. That's how the slipstream is in the game for the LMP2. Arguably, back in RF2 days, the slipstream has always been way overpowered. To the extent that Eau Rouge was just impossible to drive because of all the lift. But you could overtake from 4/10s back and so on, or 5/10s, and it was too crazy. But then maybe we're... Oh yeah, yellow for a moment. I don't want the track limit now. Slip angles in LMP2, I would need to check, but I think it's, well, less than with GT3s. Take the apex. It's dangerous to go around the outside of GT3s. You never know if they are gonna go too wide. And then, yeah, like yesterday when I did that race, when I went around the Porsche GT3, he went quite wide. I was almost off track, but he panicked, downshifted and lost the rear and bumped me. It's a risky business, and the GT3s are struggling there even more than LMP2s. That's a yellow cut, that cannot be a green cut, right? I assume David, you will set up a pit stop for me?
Oh, I can try.
Should we change the left side?
I don't know.
I mean, we can do a double now and use the tires later.
Sure. Do a double now. Should I click anything or? I think it's all set up.
Okay. And it's judged a little bit how close he would be. Ah, that rear moment. I mean, that's a good thing, right? That you lose due to this small snap. That's pretty realistic. I guess he discovered a nice cut line through there that keeps it green. has to be close enough. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I never really raced around Paul Ricard. These overtaking maneuvers and different lines needs to be learned. Well, this one doesn't have to be learned. Into the lead. The inside is the king, unless I immediately spin it. Alright. P1.
Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, that corner is so wide that should just keep it on the inside, even if you have to wait for longer. Just lose so much going the long way around. Okay, well, box, box, box. You know, if I do this now, then it's gonna go green. I tested it yesterday before a little bit. So if you cut, the more you cut, the less of a cut you get, kind of. Stop doing that. Why? Like I reported the bugs multiple times. It's the same for everyone, so I try to be safe and clean. At the same time, I told you guys that I'm gonna be exploring the track limits, so I'm exploring the track limits. Anyway, box, box, box. Very, very slow refuel rate on this car. I kind of suspect they will change the tire on my side at least. Yeah, don't hate the player. Don't hate the player.
Yeah, I mean they were already struggling. Judging by his car's behavior, so.
Honor code, yeah, no, I agree.
They will change.
I agree with honor code, but at the same time, I'm so fed up with the track limits sometimes that I just want to make the least honorous driving possible, just to make a point. They don't change any tire. Okay, okay. Nice clutch. Yep. After the update, I think it was. Turn 1 is 1 to 2 tenths slower, and then some corners are marginally slower as well. It's never 1 second. It's 3 tenths, maybe.
Right, gonna go and eat something.
Alright, enjoy. See you soon.
Thank you. See you.
Bailey and Colombo doing the extra lap. Interesting. After update to improve the Lambo. Yeah, like the 2.2s. 202s are possible for sure with multiple cars. It's funny how suddenly these mid-engined cars are just finding crazy pace. I mean, it's kind of expected, right? Before the update, they were just way too sketchy to drive. Now, with a bit more operating window, you can just make them work. But I'm really looking forward now after these updates, which are hopefully not really final, but the cars feel better than ever, the GT3s, so it would be time for Bob to get properly optimized. So you don't have tracks where you take a car and you are just randomly half a second of pace. Well, about the Porsche, I think that Paul Ricard is one of the best picks. You need to wait behind the LMP3. Hard to get the run on him. How's the new railroad? We will see. Well, it changed from medium grip to high grip, so that's something. But you know, I drove R Factor 2 since the start. And at the start, green track was green, like it was properly green, and the saturated was crazy saturated. There was like multiple seconds pace difference. It was much bigger difference than in LMU, so it's kind of hard for me to say. Like if it goes from medium to high, I mean medium was already grippy, I didn't have a problem with it. I know that many times there was a note in the changelog that the difference between higher and lower railroad levels. Why is that so hard to say? Railroad levels. The differences were decreased, which is, I mean, kind of a shame. Although in RF2 we usually started with like green or light. And then through practice session it already kind of saturated itself, so quali and race were never too big of a deal. But it would be really nice to start on green and then just like slowly progress. Well, the traffic really wanted a bit more battling, right? Marbles. I mean, I would find out now that I missed this corner if... Oh, nice dive. I don't really see them, so... I mean, it should simulate them. I don't know why they would be taken out of the equation. We had marbles in R Factor 2. You actually have dust. Like, a lot of stuff is simulated that doesn't seem to be properly optimized or implemented. Like there, it's possible to make it dusty, so you can actually see the dust on like green track or like on parts of the track where cars are not driving. And when I saw that for the first time in R Factor 2, I was like, wow, this is really great. You know, in F1 when they go for crazy defend, overtake, slipstream, like to the pit wall, there is a lot of dust. Man, the traffic really wants us to battle hard here. Uh-oh. Well, I want to live another day. He went for it, but okay. But no, I had unlucky traffic, you know, I have to complain about it. I will complain about it tomorrow much more. It's a green cut. I need to explore that cut a bit more. Oh well, more slipstreaming. There is a car off track. Oh, he already went. Traffic is making content, oh yes. Make real road great again. Now I think the wet stuff is now really good. The only thing they need to change to the wet stuff is... Well, let's survive this first, before I say... Well, obviously the puddles, aquaplaning, because it's just not good to have visual puddles that don't do anything. What you see should make effect, and if it doesn't make an effect, then it should not be visible. Also the windshield water and so on. Although they did change that a bit, like the clearing of the water on the windshield at speeds. But yeah, as for the real road, as I said, the marbles, the dust, the evolution, like the stuff is available, they have it available, they just probably don't have time to have somebody properly fine-tune it. But time will come. The cars are more or less implemented. Well, the UI needs improvement, the online code needs improvement. People are still disconnecting and have game crashes. Oh, poor Michi yesterday. Michi and Arda. It was a double Falcon eSport DNF yesterday. Michi just got removed from the track mid-corner, straight to the main menu. That was so painful to see. Ah yeah, the white line and the curb grip, of course. Of course, that... Then again, I thought that it should be easy to just adjust wet grip of different materials, but We thought of going around the outside again. But yeah, supposedly it's not that easy. Or I don't know. Off he goes. That corner is super sketchy for the LMP2s, I don't know. It was a nice deja vu, but it was a different car. Maybe I helped him with a bit of aero push, destabilizing his diffuser, I don't know. Oh yeah, they need, well, the cars that they need to implement are the Genesis, right, for 26, and then the McLaren and the Ford for 27. And that's about it, right? I don't think there is, well, maybe there is some GT3s coming up, or updated versions of GT3s. So then one would hope that if people don't have to work on the cars, maybe they can work on something else to make the game develop quicker. Yeah, okay, maybe the white lines, yeah, indeed. I remember from F1 Challenge still, when I was doing a little bit of very noob modding. Okay, yeah, that's the McLaren line, all good. I remember like the road surface, well, you just had like a TGA image that had white lines at the edges, like asphalt with white lines, so yeah, indeed. It could be that the white lines just don't really exist. But I wouldn't think that's a big problem for the track team. Like, the track team is doing literally the best race tracks in the whole industry. Would be simple to just implement some white lines. Always need to wait a little bit on throttle, even in second gear in low revs. You get the urge to just smash it out of the corner, but that's a recipe for a nice little 360. Maybe it's some white lines that are sitting on the top and then some others are just part of the texture or the road or whatever. I mean, you can see these white lines at the track edge, they are not really... Okay, that's a very tight line, but I was inspecting the edge of the white line, like it's like a soft edge, it's not just road and then immediate white line, it's kind of blurred a bit on the limit. How much brake force? I think we are more around 90%. But you see that I rarely really use full input. But if you have cold brakes, you can make use of that extra input. Well, one day we will all have 5 times more powerful CPUs, and we will all have simulated water coming down the sky, accumulating where it should be, on track, calculated in real time. I think there is a way to go around the GT3s, I'm not sure. But not if they're one after another. Maybe I try another time. I have PTSD from that. Because if you remember, a week and a half ago I was taken out from the lead by a car spinning ahead of me, and I could not avoid. Now the traffic really wants to create more content, right? P2 now 2 seconds and a bit behind. He was 5. It's wrong gear. Each single water drop calculated. I mean, you know, that would be really good. Not just water, also the air for the slipstream. I'm really not sure how slipstream works, but I would kind of bet it's still just a copy paste from the F1 2000 code from the ISI game from 25 years ago. Are struggling slightly. Not really with balance, but just overall grip now. And yeah, iRacing rain, it's nice. I mean, at the same time I hear that there is some problem which makes every race have exactly the same weather. In a week it doesn't have random seeding. I have had some great fun in iRacing in the wet. This is so sketchy. I should probably just dive into the apex, would be safer. But you know, in iRacing you still have puddles and aquaplaning on a steep hill at Bathurst. In places where obviously water would never accumulate and so on, so I don't know how they program it. Or like that's... Ooh, that's... What am I doing? I started talking bad of iRacing and I'm starting to get thrown off the road. Like that, there is this puddle at the apex of Rouge, right? In iRacing. Which should never be there, but people have to avoid it, or is it just because of the rubbered line? I don't know, like it feels sometimes weird to see esport pros taking the ideal lines in iRacing in the wet, because it doesn't feel like it should, it just feels like everything is perfectly calculated, and if you really master the track you will know exactly where to drive. And it's not dynamic as it should be, if you know too much about it. That's the impression that I got. So, I mean, in LMU, obviously it's similar issue, of course, but we don't have aquaplaning here, so it's a bit less of a problem. Daniele, I don't know, maybe. I was preparing for that Bathurst 24, no, Bathurst 12 a year ago. Was it a year and a half ago already? I think one year ago. Anyway, We had our colleague William Chadwick helping us a bit, and no matter what I did, I was a couple of seconds off in the wet, just because there is like a visible line that's barely visible, or it's only visible if you're a pro and you really know what to look for, that offers some more grip. And then there are the puddles that you have to study precisely to know exactly where to put the car. And then if you mess it up a little bit, off you go into the wall. So it was still a nice race, enjoyable to drive until I binned it in the dry. Too early to race, perhaps. But never too early for some good content. Yeah, that corner is so sketchy for some reason. Like on this setup it's really not a problem. But I see, like, I mean, the P2 and P3, or well, P2 and current P4, both snapped the rear right there at the apex. And I don't even know if it's because of the downshift. It's just like you feel this understeer and you want more rotation. But the moment you induce any extra rotation, you're just losing the rear. It's kind of the car trolling you. I mean, it's a stiff car. It's a very stiff car. So of course, it won't just hug the corner and tell you that it's very happy to rotate around. Then Nico and the guys did a solid job on this setup. For Go setups, we've done a click or two to adjust the balance a bit to our liking, but it's a solid set, which I have to tell you as my duty as a Go setup engineer. But you know, I can downshift to first and it will not snap. At least on that line. Kalonbon Bailey indeed. Well, it's quite a respectable split one. After all, even though it's 10 AM or 9 AM Friday split. They use too much rain in iRacing. Yeah, I heard that as well. Then again, I wish there was more rain in real life, like in F1. It barely rains ever. But it's always fun when it does. But then again, if you have even 30% of races that are wet, it's already unrealistically much. It depends on the track. I don't know how often it rains at Bathurst. But there seems to be wet every time in iRacing. cannot complain against the McLaren. He's driving the McLaren. He has enough suffering to bear with, so I will let him take whatever line he wishes. They don't race in F1 yet. Well, they're supposed to have higher ride heights next year with different floor and different ground effect settings and so on. So maybe they are now able to actually clear more aquaplaning and they are maybe actually to race in harsher conditions. As we go exploring a bit more track limits. Perfect, beautiful. I don't know how this escaped the track limit system. Just doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, it rained at Kota, that's right. And the snow at Spa. I wish we get one day with NASA CPUs option to have all the different weather conditions. Ganser, thank you for the sub, welcome. And yeah, I'm thinking of like one day, maybe if LMU is very successful, or maybe when R Factor 3 or R Factor Ultimate happens or so on, maybe the weather could be changed to some extreme levels where you have aquaplaning and puddles and you put it to like 10,000%, and then you have modding available, and then you can have like half a meter of water on the track, and then you mod like a very crazy super truck tires with tractor grooves or something, and then you have a race in that. I mean, that would be quite special. It wouldn't be really a racing simulation anymore, but people would play that maybe. I don't know what Assetto Corsa currently provides. I know it doesn't really have a seamless wet track grip, like you can make really beautiful rain and wetness, but the grip is not simulated, or like it's separately simulated, the grip loss in the wet. Well, BeamNG has all the good stuff. The flooding. Snow races with stud tires, yeah, that would be beautiful. Well, Assetto Corsa really has snow now, apparently. ACE rain, yeah, well, I don't know what happened with ACE. Supposedly the followers or like the players are growing, so that's good for them. But was it 11 months ago that early access was launched, and the hype was incredible. As we take the ideal line, full throttle, carry the speed, no cut. Again, I reported the bug, I did my job. The cutback. Now it's up to the devs to fix it, and up to me to keep driving the intended racing line, right? The funny thing, if I miss the apex, or like if I take the right apex cleanly, or if I cut the first apex and then stay on track, it's gonna be a cut. You don't have the driving anymore, okay. I need to try it. I'm waiting for the open road, like the whole area, the Nordschleife area, to be fully released and opened, and then to have the Golf GTI and cars like that. The old one. And then we can do some challenges, like finding the fastest way from south to north, or from one corner to another corner. I think I thought of that already in the past. I enjoy the Kuno sims as long as I don't need to go within a second and a half of the possible pace. If I go on the limit, then I don't like it anymore. At least on the dry tarmac. Yeah, I got to wait for a long time. Yeah, they said they're gonna do the early access January 25, and then it's gonna be released late 25. That was the plan, and the hype was big, and they announced all the features and everything, and it's all in the plans. That it's all. It felt like everything is basically completed. They just need to fine tune and finish and polish it, and then it went out and. I don't know. I expected more. I hoped for more. But yeah, one day I'm gonna try it. For now, I just don't really have any good reasons. But how have the tables turned for Le Mans Ultimate? Being released as like... I mean, you know, LMU release felt like what, like Rennsport V1 or Project Motor Racing V1 were like, just like push it out, hope for the best. Probably it's not gonna go well, but somehow it went well, somehow it's booming, and everything else is going to the gutters. Well, not everything else, but you know. It's funny times where when Live for Speed and Grand Prix 1, 2, 3, 4 getting updates and relaunches, and people have time to cheer about that instead of being overjoyed by all the great features of the modern sims, as we go for a nice exploration of the track limits. Yeah, I guess 1 versus 1 for the spins. Okay, now it's a good one, because now the rears are over 100 Celsius, and I wanted to double check if it's really impossible to drive like this, because I have heard people complaining that they have a spin and then the rear temps never drop down because they keep spinning. It was a low speed spin though, so not much damage done. No smack talking LFS. Round outside. No, I didn't want to smack talk LFS, but you know, it's... I would assume that there would be so many great sims in 25 that people would never have time to even think of the old sims. But look, the rear temps dropped down again, so I don't know which cars and who had problems with the rears overheating after spins. No, I think because of the cars being so stiff, the LMP2 and LMP3s, going into these low-speed corners, there is this moment that the rear, for a split moment, wants to kill you. So for that moment you need to wait without going too harsh on the throttle, or you have to be like here. I think I just threw it in like it was R Factor 2. I think that was the problem. Plus maybe that bump didn't help on the apex. I had this moment yesterday 2 times, but I collected it. But I was too busy thinking of other sims. Dale is fixed, all above 100. Was it Spa? Prototype fixed. Let's keep it in second gear. Rotation is good. The rear is still kind of in the limit of grip. Okay, was it... Wait, which event was that even? Ah, it was just the... okay, yeah, I remember. Yeah, GT3s were at Spa and Le Mans. And then it was... Silver races. Well, this week's silver races are LMS Sprint at Silverstone and LMP Cup fixed at Paul Ricard. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, I guess it's the fixed setups having pretty closed ducts, and then stuff just goes cooking. Hi Tsari. Merc at Curva Grande rear just stepped out. Was that the Curva Grande layout without the chicane? I think it was, right? That's a funny corner, for sure. Then I wonder what Mercedes is doing there. Well, before the tire update, the Porsche was barely flat out. But after update, it was pretty pleasant, I remember, as I drove it for that race 2 weeks ago. Shiny new feature, yeah, I mean... Then again, it's probably best on the race setups on the GT3 fix to just always just open them up. It's never gonna be a problem for GT3s. The cold brakes are never gonna be a problem. You can just put max brake force to 100 and it's gonna be fine. But it is a problem if it's too closed. Yeah, I was looking at James struggling with the Corvette. Then I did the Corvette fixed at Le Mans, and They made it so understeery that I barely experienced the rear problems. David, you there?
Yes.
I see you prepared your nice pit stop.
Mm-hmm. Or do you want me to start the third stint on the set?
No. I made sure that at least the rears are useless for a third stint, so...
Uh-huh. Does it oversteer a lot, or is it fine?
No, it's fine, there is no problem. It's just this very tiny little time window on the entry or exit where at some point the rear just does something extreme for 1/10 and then you either catch it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Nice dive. Ah, it wasn't even for position. Just give him new front. Hi, Ducat. I mean, arguably the fronts are getting more thermal drag, so... I want to experience once how it feels like to have fresh tires on opposite sides, so let's say front left, rear right. Like the front right here doesn't really take much of a beating. So front left surely has to be changed, but then of the rears, well, of course rear left is hotter, but finally yesterday after the stint my biggest wear was on the rear right, not on the rear left. Just because of the traction zones. I don't know how exactly that happened, but I think I was just more cautious on the braking zones which are loaded into the right side. So then the inside, rear right was really spinning a bit more. So then you would have understeer going left and oversteer going right. Would be a fun experiment for once. And yeah, I will swap with David, and no rain today. Okay.
Yeah, that's the...
Yeah. No, I was asking for it. I was feeling the rotation and waiting what's gonna happen. And it's really understeering until it's not. But well, the rears are pretty done.
There is something that can fix it in the setup, but I'm not going to reveal it now.
Yeah. I mean, McLaren is worse. And you really need to work very, very hard to make the setup work. in a way that it eats all these moments and entries and so on. Hi Tom, hi Pedro. What happened to the race yesterday? I didn't disappear. We swapped with Colin. We had a weird strategy, but like we were so far ahead that we just did whatever we wanted. So like I put full tank on all tires, and after 10-15 laps we just swapped with Colin, and he went on to win the race. Well, Michi disappeared yesterday, you know. I didn't disappear. Now it's kind of safe on the entry. Like if you load front right, then that snap will not happen. But if you're like on the edge of rotation where the front is just not fully biting yet, but the rear is opened to slide a bit, then the snap can happen. Yeah. Unfair alien team. We're just here to steal some DR. Let's take a track limit. Not even a cut. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's wait. Not even a green warning for that. Same race pace as in the hypercar. Okay, I mean it's the unrestricted or like the less restricted, and it's the kind of a track where it really pays to have a bit more downforce and a bit more light car, and the straights are not that long, and these braking zones are a very tricky spot for hypercars. And about the swap champ, it's a tricky one. Like it's 6 hours endurance races every Saturday. It's hard to do it, right? Like we have the special event today, we have special event next weekend if we do it. I think we will do some. We will do some, but maybe 3 or 2, not all the 6. Like, you would really need to combine different teams together to carry like one entry through the whole season. If you have 5-6 drivers that want to take it, then okay, then it's fine. But if you have 2-3, then it's not really feasible. Yeah, I will. We swap now. So box. We swap now, and then I will show the engineer menu.
I don't ask if everything is selected.
Nope, no need to anymore. Is that a red cut? Yesterday I went like half a car off, I got a orange cut. Now went fully off, no cut. What is going on with these cuts? Well, enjoy.
Thank you. Was it a cat, by the way?
No, not at all. Like I said,
Oh, I think they fixed it, maybe.
No, they didn't. Yesterday I went just a little bit off, like half a car off, and it was orange. I had to lose 3 seconds for it to go green. Now I go fully off, nothing. I don't know. It's not correct.
That's insane. People were, I think, Jardier received a drive-through for it.
Yeah, it's easy to receive it, if unlucky. Okay. Right. So yeah, they changed the cuts. They fixed the entry cuts. That's for sure, because before you touch the white line, you got disqualified almost. Well, it was just instant orange or red. Now it's much more lenient, but it's inconsistent.
Is it 27 laps here?
Yes. Okay. David going for the exploration immediately. Call the brakes here, the worst place. I keep going off here on outlaps. Right, so we have this beautiful thingy. Now we can make David to replace the brakes. Yeah, this thing is no longer flickering in the tiny pedal, which is nice. Or like here, well, you cannot select the MFD now on the pit stop because you have it here. But you can now just do this and this. And it's set. Very convenient. Yeah, now you can properly troll the teammates. Of course. Like, I mean, something like this, right? Before I forget. No. Yes. I mean, then it depends how much you trust the teammates, right? If you have an engineer, you can set everything up. But I mean, you should still... Do you trust the engineer enough that you at least... that you don't even double check the pit menu? Or will you still double check everything if, just in case everything is set up correct? How much do you trust your engineers? We will see in the upcoming months. Le Mans 24 went deep in the first chicane every time. Yeah, no, it's... Le Mans is especially crazy. Well, hypercars were kind of fun, kind of fine. I don't know how it was with GT3s. Track temp rising. So I mean, look, that's basically it, right? That's it for the engineering. You have this little window at the top. So if you put this, actually it doesn't. So if you're on track, I saw yesterday, if you're going to swap,
do I have to like lift to make 27 or?
Just marginally, depends on traffic. So you get like this red and green arrows here and here. I mean, I guess you saw it on the stream. I didn't really pay attention on my in-lap. Nice line by the Porsche. Everyone should have their own their own GP. Yes. I mean, luckily in F1 you cannot have drivers setting up their pit stops because it would be quite a mess, right? Given how they sometimes don't really agree with the strategist. For the better or for the worse. Can you ask what the FOV is? So FOV is 26. Actually, can I change the camera? No, I cannot. I can only change the camera if I have the control over the car. But yeah, you see, as engineer, you now see the cuts that you probably could see before. No, you couldn't see the cuts, right? You can see them now. You see the tires, and you see the fuel. I think there is a bit of a delay, more than before. What am I talking? Oh, my brain. More than when you are in the car. That's what I meant. Like lower refresh rate. Happens.
To whoever that was, I'm sorry.
I think both of you survived quite decently, so... You know, if that was a flat curb on the apex, that would be perfectly reasonable. I mean... Nah, it's too late. It's too late of a dive. It's too late of a dive. Is it possible to whisper here? Was it? Yeah, it was this Lexus, right? Oh. See, this is where you need a lower wing. Yeah, no, this is where you need to wait behind or go around the outside with a higher wing, maybe. No, is it possible? Is this whisper functionality possible? Why did it freeze? It's just the replay being bugged. Replay bar. Did you see the whisper that I sent?
No.
Probably the whispers are not really working.
Whisper used to work in R Factor too, but maybe they disabled it.
Yeah, because I wrote it, but it didn't pop up in the message system. So it went somewhere, but maybe not to you.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't appear to you, I think, because it was like that in R Factor 2 as well. But no, I couldn't see anything. And I have chat on.
Maybe if I write the full name. No, it doesn't work. There is no whisper. Well, I wanted to whisper to the poor Lexus that we pushed off, but I'm not gonna spam the whole chat, so... So just a spoken sorry from David on stream, will have to do it. No, David said he has chat on. You said you have the chat on, right?
Yes, like when I'm on track, I can see the people's messages, but I couldn't see your whisper.
Okay. Yeah, the whisper doesn't work. Pit stop. Ah, okay, so you can do this. Oh, funny how it's designed so that it like scrolls through if you hover over the name.
I hope it was not that important.
No. I was just exploring a way to whisper the apology to the guy, to the Lexus, but... and then I just wondered if whispers work or not.
Ah, okay.
Wait, that's not the inputs of David. Okay, this is the correct inputs. One more to the list indeed. Yeah, LMP3s, well, let's see how many. There are 2. Yeah, so we had 56 people registered and 3 were LMP3s. And 44 per split. So that's the point where I wish that the system was clever enough to see that there is absolutely no reason to put the LMP3s into different splits. So it should just put them all into the same split maybe. Although arguably they are in their own separate splits here. But at least kind of you get the feeling that you have somebody else on track. Actually, this guy has good average. Maybe they had a problem somewhere with damage. Daniela, you have interesting opinions about some of these tire changes, right? I think before the update, the LMP 2 and 3s were quite difficult, quite terrible in some places, but they are now much better, much more predictable. They hold to the road better, they feel better. Maybe they have a bit more of pronounced need to put the weight more towards the rear to not inhibit the rotation than before, but I think it's reasonable. Just sign up in GT3. I mean, you know, if we saw, like, we have BS Plus in GT3s, if we would see that yesterday and know about it, maybe we would think of just doing GT3 today and LMP2 tomorrow. Maybe. But indeed there is just too many GT3s anyway. Which is great, because, you know, all these ACC pros that want to do LMU esports, let them enjoy the GT3s, esport them to infinity and beyond and get all the crazy lap times, and let us enjoy the proper high downforce race cars. I enjoy GT3 now and then, of course. But the idea is to get as much downforce as possible and drive whatever has the highest downforce and the highest power, and that's the best then. Mr. Jean-Eric Verne, right? That's the only one with the exclamation badge, right? I think in the register menu. Actually, I can check that. Can I? I can just check the name. Wait, was it LMP2 or was it GT3? Jason. Wait, where was it? Ah, Jason Verne. It's not Jean-Eric. I respect ACC players. I just I have to make a little bit of fun of it to cope with the fact that they are quicker in GT3s than RF2 pros in LMU. I see, Tortellini. I guess now I need to kick you from the chat. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I can fix it. Let's go. Ah, it went out of. Ah, come on. Okay. I could click it again. Maybe a bit smaller. How big was it? I guess this is reasonable. No, a bit less. Stream improvement. Okay. Track temp really rose. 49 now. Yeah, look, it does this. It does this thing with the wing and the grille. I don't know what it's comparing it to. Everything else is fine, but these two are comparing it to something wrong. So this is a bug. Grille is just the radiator. I don't know which one, because you have water and oil radiator. I think it's just the water radiator, right? Because you kind of have wait. Kind of have a car. Let me draw. Have a blue car. Tires, and then you have first, like here you have the kind of opening for the air, and then you have the water radiator, and behind it you have the oil radiator. So I think the way it was in RF2, I don't know about LMU, I think it's the same, but the water radiator affects the drag, and the oil radiator here is just like how big it is. So it's just mass, it doesn't really change the drag, because it's like behind. Or like, you know, if it's a front engine, otherwise... How is it on rear? Wait, where are the openings here anyway? It's just the top opening, right? Of the air intake. And a bit on the sides. So in that case, if it's at the top, come on, where are you? If it's at the top, then it goes down, and then you have, I guess, the radiator for water and the oil, and then you control the opening for the drag, and that's the grille, I think. I can even paint the grill, you know. There you go. That's the grill. I think that's my interpretation. I mean, you cannot really adjust the oil radiator on the go. You need to actually like pull it out of the engine compartment somehow. But for the drag, you can just like open and close it on the go pretty quickly. I think that's how it works. That needs to be posted in the LMU Discord. Well, feel free to screenshot. Okay, so I guess I can fix that. No, I'm not gonna work twice, so let me just copy and paste. There we go. Right. So yeah, about the optimal oil and water temps. I think there is no optimal temp. You know, I don't think it's implemented, or maybe it's implemented but not set up in a way that it would work. So you get the same engine performance with cold engine or hot engine. The only problem is the overheating. And then about the overheating, it starts to smoke at 130 oil temp, but I'm not sure about the water temp. I had it 115 water temp one time and it wasn't smoking. Then again, I don't even know like what it should be the water that's smoking, right? It shouldn't be the oil that is smoking. I mean, it's kind of it's a weird system because in RF2 we used to have only one radiator. It was just for the oil. It wasn't separated at all, but it's now separated. But the system has not been like properly thought about, and it would be really good to have actual dependence on the temperatures, like that. I mean, if you have cold temps, it still depends, it still affects the pace and the top speed, but it's more about the drag, I think. I'm not sure. Would need to check, because in colder conditions you would have more drag, but maybe it's kind of like preset in like kind of default weather, and then it's always the same. Okay, where is my tiny pedal? Why is the tiny pedal not popping up? Ah, had to be restarted. Nick, well, thank you for the good wish. Did you have a problem? I saw, well, yesterday we had the crashes and the disconnects for Falcon eSport, so that was unfortunate. Wouldn't the water just leave? I mean, that's what the smoke is, right? Sometimes it can be just the water leaking out of everywhere because it's overpressurized and then it just smokes. Well, it doesn't smoke, but it fogs. High oil temp. Ah, okay. Nice dive. Lowers the viscosity and enters the combustion chamber. Yeah, I guess it escapes through the piston rings. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And about aerodrag, so the water radiator or the grill, it surely has effect. Then the question is just how much it has. You can set it up in the separate, like per car in the physics file. You can make it have huge drag if you want, but they are setting it up in a way that they think it's realistic. Does ACC have suspension? Yeah, the Assetto Corsa curb behavior is strange. Small they do well, big they suck. Oh, what was the problem? I remember that they had like unlimited travel, right? Like it never really hit the bumper or something. Like what was the deal? I think they had some update where they kind of finally limited the travel. I mean, coming from R Factor and R Factor 2, I was just laughing at the changelog. Well, RF2 had meme dampers in the past as well, but I don't know how much dampers had effect on pace in ACC, but in RF2 it wasn't much, to be honest. It was just like kind of having a bit of a spring extra to the normal spring, so put it less, it's gonna be a bit softer, put it more, it's gonna be a bit stiffer, but won't too much. But well, it was because the tires were quite meme in RF2. Didn't even need the suspension or the dampers, because the tires were the suspension and the dampers. But oh boy, they felt great, even when doing 10 degrees tip angles. The tire will go through the wheel arch. Yeah. Well, I guess it's not really smoke that's being simulated. I guess it's just water evaporating or like boiling. But I don't know at what point it happens, and it happens at what at 130 oil temp. And when it happens, when it starts to smoke, it means that you have already entered the danger to manifold mode, where your engine lifetime is very, very, well, not halved, but like probably halved, or like times. There is actually a calculation that you can do, like it's kind of exponential, but if it's smoking, it's already very exponential, so you shouldn't really be smoking, though the cars are made for 24-hour races, so it can wear as exponentially as you want within the first couple of degrees. It's not gonna change much for the short races. I'm not really a mechanic. I only watch a couple of car channels on YouTube, and I don't really know what goes wrong. The only smoke I saw driving a car was when I was driving a Volkswagen Polo and the thermostat got clogged up or something. Didn't activate, so the engine temps or the water gauge went into red, and yeah, it was boiling coolant. I was smoking just a bit. Well, I assume that the race cars have quite... Well, they will not make engines that are gonna last forever, right? They will make engines that have very little resistance, that have pistons move quite freely, so I imagine that when oil goes a bit outside of the intended range, the clearances or like the tight ranges don't work anymore, so the oil vapors or whatever can easily escape through and get burned. A lot of German cars, yeah, well... Well, I've got a 2.0 TDI at home. It's in a Skoda, but it's German enough. No colored vapors yet. As we are virtually entertained again. Nice to see the MSG guys having fun as well here. Right, I think I can hide this after checking it again, so if I didn't... Checking again if I didn't leave some wets in. I think it's all fine. I will have a very little bit of a break. Although I have to say, as we discussed in my Discord some weeks ago, I changed the angle of my seat. So before that, like the back was killing me. It was terrible. Like the pain in like one or two of the vertebrae, like in the lower back, it was not great. But all I did is like the front two mounts of the bucket seat, I put it 2 holes down. Like there is 5 holes. They're quite close together. I had it in the highest mount. Now I put it down 2 holes. It feels a bit different, like I am sitting more like a truck driver than a race car driver, but it's marginal. But the pain in the back, like instantly gone. It was insane. Like I'm sitting, squashing against the seat. I thought, well, it kind of feels the same, but just because of the different geometry, the pain absolutely gone, which is great, of course. But I still need a bit of a stretch. So I will check the Discord because I have some message. Okay. I will have a bit of a break. I will be back soon. I have the setup. I have the pit menu set up, so you have 2 fresh tires on the left if that's what you like.
It's alright. I don't mind.
So see you soon.
See you soon.
Yeah, I'll be back very soon. I hope David entertains you with a couple of safe dive bombs. Slightly elevating the pedals for back pain. So actually what I would like to do is I would like to sit even slightly more up, but I would need to lower the pedals down because now I have a really big angle in my hips. And I would like kind of a bit more stretched hips. Problem is that the pedals are already the furthest down they can go. Basically almost on the floor. Yeah, like the profiles that are there mounted on, they're like 1 centimeter off the floor. They're like the lowest point of the whole sim rig apart from the feet of the rig. So maybe I would just need to increase the height of the whole seat. But you know what happens if you do that. You need to increase the height of the monitor, you need to increase the height of the steering wheel. And that's many bolts. And that's many small fine tunings of everything, and I cannot be bothered. Next time when I rebuild everything. Anyway, how much kilograms? So it's 40 kilos on the high zoom belts. Imagine having a monitor. Well, yeah. Lucky you. One day I will get to test the VR as well. But I guess I mean, you will know that VR is probably less comfortable in the long run, right? If you don't get used to it. I don't know. Yeah, I'll be right back. So, is everything working as it should be? The tiny pedal is showing the inputs. The only thing I agreed to do in the past was to do this, to not have the sad ending to the Romeo and Juliet drama, because David is from a different setup workshop. See you soon. How's it going?
I had a spin 3 laps, two or 3 laps ago.
Oh.
Yeah, in a very weird place. And under weird circumstances. So just that under so the chicane on the middle, on the longest straight, in like the middle section of the track. I don't know, the rear just went up. It's probably because we are running 10% higher brake pressure than
okay.
on my overs.
Thank you for the sub, Edge. Welcome.
And in general, like I'm getting some micro lockups to that, I think. It's weird.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay. And that's a problem. If you catch a slide and continue across the chicane, you get a drive-through potentially. Okay. And now we have cold left side and fresh right side. Or like old but hot right side. Let's see how this grip behaves now. Yeah, I got that problem yesterday on the second stint, that the rear was locking up into some places, but especially this chicane now.
Well, there's a lot of trail braking going on, I think.
Yeah. Well, guys, I told David this is for the content more than for the overall race time, so he's doing the best job to make that come true, right? It could be the first gear as well. He downshifted quite aggressively, but I think it's beneficial to maybe move the brake bias to the front when the tires wear. well, arguably you have bigger wear on the rear. Like the thermal deck is slightly higher on the front, but it's quite similar. So you get less and less rear grip relatively because of that abrasion on the rear axle. And normally if that happens, you should adjust things in car which are available, like reduce the rear ARB or move the brake bias or adjust the differential, but well, we only have ARBs available in hypercars, and here we only really have the brake bias. Oh, that's a tricky one. And that curb is aggressive on the right side. Should I leave the tab on? Hello Anson. Well, you were not too far behind anyway. But the pace is pretty nice. I don't think we're really doing anything too special, to be honest. Like again, we just took the Go setup. And maybe add just a little bit of downforce to it, front and rear. Okay, he boxed. Even though Daniela is telling me that we should have reduced the downforce. Those guys are really doing longer stints. So that was 80... I never know. Have we completed 83 laps and this is 84th lap? Or have we completed 84 laps? I think we completed 83 and this is now gonna be 84th. 27 times 3, 81. 28 times 3, 84. So Mr. P. Baldwin is gonna box now, as he's doing 28 lap stints. I don't think it makes sense to do the extra stint here. The LMP2 is not great for fuel saving. It's relatively light, has a lot of downforce, doesn't have that much power. Oh, that's... Who's that? That was Jean-Eric Verne. No, what was it? Jason Verne. The exclamation mark driver. Well, he found the barrier. Unlucky. Yeah, P1 boxes. Hey Kiran. Well, it's going rather well, I have to say, although we spun 2 times already, so not going that well in that regard, but I mean, it's not an esports event, right? We're here to test some things in the setup. I kind of get it's a McLaren. He's struggling to stay on track, so I will not say anything bad about the McLaren lines after making the setups for McLaren for Go. Yeah, it's not esports event, so we are not here to really nail everything, but I figure out one or two things about the setup now that we can use for tomorrow. Tomorrow we do it with Colin in the esports time slot. But it's a nice car, nice to drive it. I'm thinking like this is one of those tracks where you really need a nice car to enjoy it, like Fuji. If you have a shit car at Fuji, then your sector 3 is gonna be just torture. I hear it's similar. Like this from the end of the back straight, like the fast right and then the whole sector 3. If the tire is shit, if the car is not good, then it will not be pleasant. What time slot? So tomorrow we are doing the 14 UTC time slot. I think that's gonna be by far the most popular. Actually, let me check that esports Discord. We had a poll there. Oh yeah. Everybody voted for the 14 GMT. I mean, it's only 9, 14 and 21, so like the 9 is early. Oh, that was 1 point. Well, at least it wasn't a drive-through, right?
Well, I feel like on this track drive-through is only possible if you go 1 centimeter over the line on the pit entry. But otherwise it's like...
Well, Alex Siebel got drive-through yesterday after cutting the chicane, but I don't know how close he was on the limits before. But like he fully cut across when he had a huge snap. But he didn't really brake much while he was still off track. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be quite a race. Even though, again, like all these esports tryhards, they just try hard the GT3s, like most of them. Which is fine again, like it's I don't need 10 ACC pros to show me that they are quicker in GT3s and LMU than I am. It's fine if there is 1 or 2 of them. But when in LMP2 I think it's gonna be a fun race for the win. And for DR, for the team DR. I don't know if there's a team with a gold DR yet. We are on silver 3 now. Although again, like it's showing us with silver 2, but when I registered it was showing silver 3. Though that silver 3 is probably the combination of the driver DRs and the team DR. You know what have we not checked yet? Ah, where David cam? There is no David cam today. I didn't even ask him about it. We literally just like talked a couple of words yesterday, and I was like, well, do you just randomly happen to have some time tomorrow, and would you like to do a race? And he was like, yeah, why not? So we are doing a race. Not really much planning, not really much strategy. Although there is a lot that you can do with that strategy, but in the end I don't think it makes much of a difference. Everything should kind of converge together in the end. Let's find a car that's nicely stationary. Well, forgive me for doing this every time, but I don't know, I love to do it a bit. We have a helipad. Come on. Can I... Free lens enabled. I cannot unzoom. Ah, it's the other camera. Right. Yeah. You know what? They have made a great sound system here in LMU. Like, I imagine, like, finding some nice space here on track. It's shame that it's mostly just V8s. If it would be some more V12s and V6s and maybe some 10-cylinder engines. Like, put a camera like that, just record the sounds for 10 hours and have that, like, as a background. 10 hours sleep video of LMU. Oh, there is a lake. Drone view. Yeah, I wish I knew how to make this camera quicker. So like that you would accelerate the movement of the camera. We don't have any airplanes. And we have a green lake. You've driven at that go-kart track, nice. Yeah, flight simulator. MSG flight simulator. It's just grass. Well, we can actually move around here a bit. Oh, that's nice. You know, Call of Duty maps of racetracks and so on. Or like those... what is it called? When you have... I don't really play like this massive multiplayer online, whatever. Do we have any nice cars here? Car spotting in LMU. BMW, what is this? What is this even? It's like is it a Mercedes? No. I don't know. Suzuki Swift? More BMWs? Much better car spotting than RF2, yeah. Next to the chicane on the logs... Oh, Oreca Factory, let's see. Oh, is that the V10? Touran... no, was it not Touran? Touareg. And the is it M5? No badges. No licenses. Danis get the licenses for the car parks. I think we kind of exhausted all the cars. There is Suzuki, there is Volkswagen, there is this, whatever this is. Is it Lexus, maybe? And that's about it. Well, where is the Oreca factory? It should be around here, you said. Next to the chicane on the logging straight. That's... Is it this one? BMW's parked over the line. Through the door we go. There is no Oreca parked inside. Well, I have track details on medium. So maybe there would be Orekas in there. Typical ELMS where parking lot is empty. Well, I mean, the parking lot is made for like F1 racing here, so there needs to be a lot of... Okay, what is this parking? Who did this? Terrible. Let's find... Mix of Lexus and Infiniti. Yeah, I guess so. That's nice. Moving too quick. Where is my coffee? You lose FPS already. Well, I'm stable 138. Is there something more here? The stairs? Ah, so you have the garage? And then you... Where are the... Oh, the stairs clip through... The stairs clip through this toolbox. I mean, I get like nice flashbacks from being a VIP guest of Rafa Racing Club at Spa 24 when we were like in such a spot above the garage. That was really really great experience. Yeah, uninstall the game. How can they block the stairs? Anything more interesting around here? I'm wondering if on Max track details if there is ever like an airplane landing, because that's quite a thing in Sims, right? They love some airplanes. There is wait, where is that airplane? I think at Indianapolis, right? It was in F1 Challenge. There was airplane like taking off kind of at 45-degree angle, and then in iRacing there is an airplane as well. Uninstall and refound. Nah, my game is not gonna crash. It's fine. My game is only freezing if I'm moving the camera inside the cockpit. Ah, that's the tactical barrier, so that people cannot like block the passage and watch the prime spot. With the proper roof, so you cannot climb. Cannot see the roof. Okay, all good. But that's a nice spot to watch races, right? Climb on the top of it. Not much on the other side of the track. I'm not gonna go check if there are airplanes because there are none. And I think that's about it. Send the brick on the track. Wondering, there is not that many grandstands. Is it really because I have so little details? Like it's on medium. Just gonna slowly drive towards the go-kart track. Actually, I will have to box, or David will have to box quite soon. Maybe 20 minutes, and then I take over. Need to be ready. Well, we are going... Let me check the grandstand first. Up the stairs. Everyone is looking at me. Why are you looking? Nothing to see here. That's uncomfortable. Luckily they are all low resolution. Well, that's a nice thing to have, like, food being served and you can watch the race. I would do that for ELMS, you know. In F1 probably you're not able to see anything if you're at these tables. And then you jump straight into the grass. Right, where is the go-kart track? There we go. What is this? Ah, it's kind of a space for some concerts, maybe? Air vertical. What is this? Some kind of fun activity? Oh, like oh! I guess you climb inside and then you get blown around. Funny. My mouse is clipping a bit because I'm on the edge of the monitor. Indoor parachute, yeah. As we make it to the go-kart track. What is that? They have actual painting on that. Kind of like that vitrage, like glass, just with go-kart motifs, or what? Interesting. Breaking through the window. Oh, the podium. You know, they could actually make a track out of it and have it raceable. In RF2 with the kart sim one day. I guess there are curbs missing from here. I guess it looks like kind of a fun layout. Ah, there is another one. And that one has the curbs. Would be so great if the track team did not make invisible walls so we could drive through them and actually roam around freely. Ah, this is like learning center, right? For like safe driving and so on. Where you have this circular thingy. Or is it actual go-kart track as well? That's kind of a fast track. For rental go-karts at least. You can access for track this. Okay, that's nice. Okay. Meanwhile, where is David and how much fuel he has? 13 laps. Need to get myself ready. Let's get a pit stop ready. So select myself, full tank, I will take the final set of fresh tires. Oh, David taking the esports line. There is still this bug with the wing and the grill. Let me report the bug. Bug reported. You can see on board on YouTube of this track. Okay, yeah, I imagine. Like we have a kind of a center like that here in Ljubljana, Slovenia as well. Although it's you have like kind of these traffic lights and crossroads and so on, so you can learn. And then there is also like some space where people drift with their old BMW M3s that are about to blow up. Okay. I should perhaps be... I didn't want to leak my strategy, even though there is not really anything in it, because we have not decided on the tire strat at all. Let's find the timing of the pit entry. Yeah, in MFD, yeah, you see fuel, you see tires. It's great. Although for the fuel safe, like you cannot scroll through this menu, and you cannot see the electronics. That's maximum to the right you can go. But that's fine. It would be nice to see the electronics. But probably you shouldn't be able to set it up. What did YouTube do with this? Wait. YouTube has changed the streaming preview. Hill fuel info. I think it's. Ooh, ow. Okay. Yeah, I think it's reasonable. I don't think there is a problem with it. I'm checking it now and then, and it looks like it's fine. But I'm not really following it all the time. I know that with virtual energy, it can be a bit tricky and not really showing it correctly, especially on this HUD here, but we don't have virtual energy for ELMS, so yeah. What happened to the right rear? Nothing happened, we changed the left side. That was a McLaren moment ahead, but generally the rear axle wears a lot more than the front, even though it produces less heat. So you have hotter front, but the rear wear is much larger. Actually same as McLaren GT3. Ah, that's a nice wobble. But David caught it in time. Right, strategy. Let me find the pit entry moment. Come on YouTube, work. Right, 3:25:00. Minute and a half slower than expected. Is that fine? Well, it's fine for the strategy. Well, I mean, we are spinning, we are doing weird things. We are not pushing for max pace. We are not focusing enough because this is not full-in max adrenaline esport, so the pace will be slightly slower, so that's understandable. Ooh! Nice catch. But I think the traffic loss is pretty big, like we're losing quite a lot in the traffic. Like second and a half. Okay. Strategy is kind of clear. Yeah, I can see the cuts. I can see the cuts. That's pretty nice as well. Well, I hope that the text is well readable, so like I think it's slightly more blurry on the stream, because if I fully focus the words, or like the letters, it will be very crisp, but then the camera will see the pixels and I will get these weird shapes forming on the screen again that look bad. I go for one last quick stretch and then I'm ready to take the car.
Okay, okay.
So yeah, I'll be right back. I need to refill the water as well.
What a clown.
We are looking. When does it start?
I think that's the guy from the chat.
Well, he created some content. I'm just gonna interpret it as a friendly hello.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
When did we gain 2 minutes on everybody? I don't get it. Like the gaps were like 50, 20 seconds, 15, 20, 30 maybe. Suddenly 2 minutes, or like it was one lap before. Yeah, the bug is that it shows -1 plus 2, but I have no idea what's it comparing to. Like I see -1 plus 2, but in the car you don't see it. Ah, that's the car that he was P2. The car was P2 at the start. When I slept. Or when I was caught napping. Gloves, please. Thank you. Was it orange?
I think it was like yellow for a very long time, so it was not going to go green.
Ah, yeah, of course. If you go here, it will be yellow. If you like completely cut across, then it will not be even a cut. So. That's a funny situation on track. Track line is more rubber, yeah. What? Oh!
Yeah, what an absolute...
Come on, replay. Is it so difficult to work? It was that moment where... Yeah, he just had to lock the brakes to... Ah, he still has spun. Ugh. Okay. I will just keep it there. I will just keep it there. FFB on. Yeah, I don't know if I should, but I will maybe just check one or two things about the cuts when I take over the car. Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion that Really, the more you cut, the less of a cut you get in that corner. So 2 laps, well, 2.5, and then it's my turn. Oh, poor man. In the barrier. That's where I should be yesterday, but I got super lucky with how the car spun, so I avoided a big smack with the rear wing. To go. So yeah, now it says pit crew idle and it only shows who is driving at the top. But when David presses the pit request, stuff will change. That was not a cut. That was the proper line. Actually, be right back. Yep.
I have to bring my car to the local mechanic, so they make the oil change and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I thought it's not gonna be that long, so maybe yeah. I think worst case scenario like maybe an hour.
Yeah, that's fine.
Of me being away. So yeah.
Thank you for the sub, Loot. Or is it IUT? Was a yellow cut, interesting. FFB should be on. So... Oh, the tiny pedal. Okay, all good.
Okay, good luck. I'll be back later.
See you later. Yeah, I forgot to look at what happened to the pit crew idle and to this thingy, but you guys can check. I think like something changes graphically, but not any big deal. Yeah, I think you have to press pit request. I'm not sure. Like, you don't have to, but I think there is a chance that you lose extra seconds if you don't press it. Or even if you change the settings, the fuel settings a bit too late, and then the mechanics are kind of scrambling around trying to find the extra tire that you requested while you were already in the pits or something like that. I'm not fully sure how it works. Go setups on. And we are off. This is now the corner where I always overshoot it. Just have to brake so much earlier. I just heard a very loud LMP2 incoming and I was like, oh, where is the car? Just straighten the wheel. Well, it takes 2 laps to get some speed. I did not request content creator badge. I didn't know we need to request it. Also, I don't know. Do I rather want to have the content creator badge or the trusted racer badge? I mean, it's always fun if you have the content creator badge and then like you do well in big esports and then you're like, well, all these pros, but just a content creator has beaten them. You know what? The system should detect if you're streaming or not. And then if you're streaming, it should show content creator badge. And if you're not, it wouldn't. This curve is super aggressive. I keep getting surprised at it. But there is the content creator badge in action. I'm gonna turn off the names or the labels. Time to make some... I was not gonna go for that. Seeing a Porsche jump around that curb. The grip is not there yet. Seeing the Porsche jump around that curb. Like, that curb is weird. There is this lower inside part of the curb which is very easily takeable on most GT3s. But not on all of them. Or not in all conditions. With the McLaren, sometimes I can easily take it, but most of the times it just fully throws the car off when you go back to the asphalt. And then I don't know how the Porsche behaves. Well, let's get some purples running. And then find some track limits. not a track limit. Blame the system. The Terry badge, this is Mr. Dan, I think. So it's the Studio 397 badge. I mean, you can get it, but you need to apply for a job at the studio first. There goes another LMP2. Yeah, meanwhile these sectors are a bit broken. Like, I think many times it shows a purple sector despite there being no reason to do so. Although, well, the sector 2 was actually pretty good. I don't even know where sector 2 ends. No, I had to back out of it for the back straight chicane, so it should not be purple. Sadly, this is the way to overtake the traffic there. Again, I reported the track limit bug. I did what I could. Now I need to exploit the track limits. I think you can cut here as well. Yeah. No, Mattia, I don't know, like, it's a Lambo. I don't know why they do that. It's a bit annoying, but at the same time, kind of makes some sense. Like the track records in real life are the fastest lap times from the race sessions, I think. Like you have the track record and then you have like the fastest lap ever done, but I don't know, like it's some technicality. And then it's stupid because in the race session it's not the point to just make the fastest lap times, right? It counts how you manage the tires and stuff. So it should be taking quali, but it's not taking quali, which is a bit of a shame. But there is surely good reasons behind it. Having these very little rear moments, so maybe let me just move the brake bias a bit. Difficult to time the switch back perfectly. It's on paper it should be a very simple left-right chicane. Because of the elevation change and because of the curb, it's very, very complex. Yeah, like if you can, if you don't care about the R, or like if you have the gap, then of course you can try pitting with low fuel and just do the P1 in the leaderboard, right? I mean, it was really ridiculous. Like there was like a competition, I think, a year or more than a year ago around LMU, and it was, I think what they did, they took top X drivers from the leaderboard in the end. But because the leaderboard is only in the race, it meant that, like, ideally you just created a Smurf account and just destroyed all your races by just make a quali session out of the race. So it was really stupid. That's Mr. Bailey. Thank you. Yeah, if you have the 1 hour race, then of course you need to lift in coast and so on. But I mean, the leaderboard is a leaderboard, right? It doesn't really matter too much. It just has sentimental value, kind of. Let's explore the limits again. It's green. Ah! Okay. Yeah, I think... Wait. I'm gonna try something different next lap. I mean, yeah, of course, the ego and the good feelings of seeing yourself at the top there. That counts. That's a thing. But I would say it's more like for people that like for friends that kind of race together or race against each other or take each other as a reference. So they like go into the dailies, do the races normally and then compare among themselves, because you can never know what conditions others had in other races and what they did. So if you cut this... Okay, it's orange now. But look at my delta. Like I just completely cut the corner. I lost a tenth and a half. I was slightly green, I think, before. How is that not a cut? In other places, like exit onto this back straight, you go 1 millimeter, you don't gain anything. Well, like 1 millimeter beyond the white line, you don't gain anything, and then you need to lose half a second for it to go green. Anyway, enough of being annoyed. Let's enjoy some more track side exploring. I think it's really, look, like if you're alone on track, then it's fine, but if you're overtaking traffic, then you lose time anyway, so the track cut system doesn't really understand it and just accepts that, okay, he lost 3/10, that's fine, but it doesn't know I would have lost 1 second if I stayed on track. My fuel is a bit over the target. Oh, that's done. That's perfect occasion for me to do a big off-track. Save some fuel. And now show how it's done. Like this and like this. And like this. Yep, beautiful. Okay. It's the other Dan, right? It's Dan Vren and then it's Dan Terry. It's Dan 1 and Dan 2. I think this is the Dan 2. I said it's the Dan. I think before I said it's the Dan, and by saying that it's the Dan, I kind of implied as if it was the Dan 1. But you will forgive me or you will excuse me for not being 100% sharp with the British surnames. They are both having a double letter, they are both having an E, they were kind of short. They're both done. But either way, it's cool to have Studio 397 entry in the race. You used to be done to a couple. Good afternoon, Luke. Well, I mean, I was sitting on the Rafa VIP lounge couch with... Okay, let's explore the red stuff again. At Spa 24 with Dan 2. Time flies, that was a year and a half ago. And back then we thought things would go completely differently in the sim racing scene. What was that? Ah, it's a McLaren. It's good. It's all good. It's just McLaren trying to survive. Fair enough. Oh. Okay, where are they? There was... Okay. So Bailey got through. I don't even know what happened. So the AMG kind of blocked the inside a bit. So I thought he doesn't want me to take the apex, so I let him have the apex. Wanted to go around the outside, but suddenly he just didn't turn in. It's fine, look. It's all for the content. And learning the dynamics of multi-class racing around this track, because it's not easy. Like you have to learn, you have to experience all the different limit scenarios before you really know what you can do and what you cannot do. But I think that AMG just did not communicate his will too well to me. And I went flat out into it. And I scared them all. Yeah, about the downforce on the front, as Daniel says. Although you need to be aware that if you put springs and the front right heights too much down, you will eventually be scraping on the ground on the straights, which you can fix by the packers or the third packer. But if you do that too much, then you will be hitting those packers in the corners in the high speed, and that will be counterproductive. Well, you will have more downforce, but you will have infinite stiff front. Thank you again. he will be annoyed that he has to keep lifting for me, but what can I do? But yeah, Daniela, like the traffic wasn't great yesterday. The traffic is not great today, but yeah, we have one split and a half kind of. And yesterday, did we even have two splits yesterday? It wasn't many splits. But oh well, Paul Ricard and TLMS are slightly less popular than WEC, and then at the same time there is just special event after special event, and there are the championships. Everything is getting diluted a bit. It was two splits, okay. So then the talented traffic is getting diluted as well. Let's do it like the really sporters. Okay, that's orange. No, it's green. Probably, I don't know, I lifted just a little bit. I don't know. It kind of has to be done, like in these conditions. You have to play the limits, how they are set. BS Plus lap the whole GT3 field. Okay. I mean, they're gonna do the same today. I guess they are farming some DR on their lineup. At the moment I ask for a little bit more rotation, the rear immediately starts to complain. Okay, let me test this again. Cut. It goes green, but then karma strikes. Okay, I learned my lesson. So you can do it. You can do it. You can absolutely cut across if you wish. That's an iRacing spin. I don't know. Maybe. It felt a bit different than iRacing spin, but I admit I don't fully know how the newest iRacing tire model feels like. Some would say it doesn't feel like anything. But it was kind of like holding on the limit of the grip, but it was just a little bit too little of available steering block, so I couldn't recover it. And then I was just sliding across the curb, so... And that's kind of unrecoverable overall. I'm teaching the dark side. I am... that's the spirit of this stream, right? Just see what happens and how things go and test the limits of everything. How are the rears? Not too bad at all. And if you lift, it's not a cut. But if I kept it pinned, it would be maybe orange there. Which is... that works as intended. That's how it should be. In that exit. Wait, why do I have a gap to P3 now? 150? It was like 2 minutes before. And it was still not lapped. Or does it show 2 minutes if it's a pit lap? Why are you diagonaling? Maybe it's a Porsche thing. I think I can. No, actually, if you overtake the same class car for position, it will immediately give you illegal overtake. Because it still detects you that you're off track. It gives you a green cut, and then goes to orange and then back to green. But if you do a cut in that phase, well, when you are overtaking, then it will just show you illegal overtake. But of course, you can do this and this and get a better exit. Although I don't think I really got a better exit now. Though the delta went back to neutral, so I didn't lose anything. Very bumpy, no yellow. You know, for traffic it's free real estate. It surely does come in handy. It already did this race. Although I don't know about LMP2s. Like I could dive here, but like I could do this, but then he will cut across. Nah, sorry. I should not be doing that. I'm interfering too much with a normal race if I do it. At GT3 you dive, you go off, and he doesn't have the power to come back. But the LMP2 can easily go side by side, and then you're in trouble. And then it's an unsafe rejoin, right? Track temp dropping already. It was 49 before. Well, arguably I lost time now, but you can optimize it for a perfect switchback and then get protested that you abuse the track limits to make the overtake. I mean, it's still reportable, right? Quit playing midway with my foot. Copy. Well, that's all good, Nicholas. Good news, no issues. Aro, it's not Team Championship race. It's the special event. It was surely a super weird decision to put the championship races that collide with special events like this. They should just like chain the special events into the championship. That's Bailey.
I'm back.
Welcome back. That was a quick service.
Very quick, because the guy expected me, so it was like 5 minutes.
Nice. Wait, no, that wasn't Bailey. Where is Bailey? Ah, he's ahead. Okay, 0.7. Oh! Track limit.
Yeah, that car is very dangerous.
Oof. Well, he's got the exclamation mark, right? I thought he was pitting, like he turned in like he's not pitting, then he went as he was pitting. I don't know. But I for sure did not expect to get such a massive cut that just didn't want to go away. 7 seconds lost. I mean, I guess he just had a Porsche snap. Which is unfortunate for the prototypes that are overtaking around the outside. Demanding too much rotation again. Houdini! It's Mr. Presidente himself. Time to take the racing line right in front of him, right? Ah, he's too far back to see. How do you get an exclamation mark? I'm afraid I cannot help you with that. I don't know why he doesn't have a badge though. Like, his teammates had the Studio 397 badge. But you do really need to drive these last two corners like it's iRacing. Come anywhere close to the limit and the car just disintegrates. Well, but some people still don't have the badges, right? So I don't know, or do they all have them? I think I saw some bugged ones before, but maybe I was just seeing things. But yeah, Houdini did not have a badge. Changing your race control name in R-Factor to... Oh, okay. That's funny. mean, that's things that one would expect would be fixed in advance or like implemented in such a way that it cannot happen. To go. Time to send it. It's not unsafe. It's in fact even safer. It's not a cut. I'm rejoining safely. I don't know. Okay, I will stop it. I will stop it. But I'm gonna lose safety rating anyway, because it's a green cut for anything, like even here sometimes, for not even going fully off the white line and exit of the chicane or like some other places, it's green cut, and that's gonna be a safety rating gone. Or like this, it was marginally green and yellow, that's already a lap gone, and SR is gonna be down. I guess I take the same tire, or like I keep the tire and then you get the quali set in the end. We can do that.
Yeah, sure.
Or I change left side and then you just change the right side.
No. That's wrong.
Beautiful apex. Well, it's still a cut, right? Still a cut lap. It counts, but in the system it will be recorded as invalid. How was the balance, by the way, with fresh on the left side and old on the right? Any bad or?
It was good. Like, I mean, everything that you would expect. It was not nothing like crazy.
Had a Porsche slam into my side with exactly the same move around the outside yesterday, so I thought twice of it. Look at that, you can do it safely, you know? But then you impede the GT3, so I think the GT3 even prefers you to just cut fully. Right, box. Shouldn't be locking up into the pit box like this. Can easily wreck the tire a bit. Cost several percent. I need a bit of glucose. What? Where did that car come from? Was it there all the time? I thought it suddenly appeared. Am I seeing things? Anyway. It disappeared and then reappeared. Okay. That's weird. Right, is there any track limit that hasn't been explored yet? No Corvettes, I don't think so. It's green, what? Why am I even thinking of it? It's easy flat for LMP3s, right? Look at me taking the normal racing line without getting any green cuts. What a feeling. Carry so much more speed if you use that off track. Oh, that's Bailey. I think he managed to avoid the barrier there. That's a weird spin. I think he kind of went a bit too deep, and by trying to correct it, the car lost the... which grip did it lose? Yeah, I mean, I guess the rear stepped out when flying over the curb and trying to stop. Nice to get some clear laps so I can see the lap times. Not even a green cut. Istanbul curb issue. Well, I mean, I can recall many tracks where a tire would glitch out massively. Wait, I did a video like 10 years ago or something of me catching. Oh, wait. There is a video of. I think it's called Nice R Factor 2 Physics or something like that. It's just a clip. It was my video. Okay, yeah, I remember. Hooked a curb, tire deformed beyond all realistic possibilities. And the car absolutely exploded. What strategy is P2 doing? Like, I think there are 8 stopping instead of like 8 stints. Like, full push should be 7 stints, but I think they are kind of doing something with the tire strut. Come on, cuts. Give me the cut points. Where is the limit at all on that turn 3? That's that small time window if you go too aggressive on power and TC doesn't want to kick in yet. Badgeless Houdini. If you overtake some traffic, let this be a cut. Not a cut. Well, I messed up a little bit. Lost the rear. They should just put strict track limits. But I guess it's too late now. We need to take down all the events and reschedule them again. That line, I not get it correct. Ooh, plus 10. Do you see that? That's first time I see it in action. Wait, how does that happen? Is that for... What is that for? Is that for cuts? Or is that for speeding in the pits? What else could it be for? I mean, for speeding in the pits you get straight drive-through, right? But for cuts it's maybe now plus 10? Still not a cut. How much more can I cut there? It's crazy. What if I cut in quali? I don't know what happens if I cut in quali. I guess in quali we're going so quickly that that kind of reference speed or time or whatever would be exceeded. And again, offline it's cut if you practice on default. But here something happens and then it's not a cut. Yeah, that's a dangerous move. My apologies. It's tricky. If you have two cars there, one after each other, hard to stop the car and not at least stick the nose in where it should not be. That's not a cut. What about this? No, that was a green one. Yeah, green cuts will kill safety rating. Not much, but they will. But I mean, again, if you are driving the correct racing line, you will get 5 green cuts per lap. So what can we do? I gladly invest some platinum safety rating to have better pace. Still not a cut. I was like one car width of the track. I wasn't even touching the curb anymore, or was I? Actually, that's pretty good line to overtake, to go like completely around the outside and just carry the speed. And that must be more efficient for GT3s as well. You don't have to like wait on the outside, but just be closer. I don't know. Now GT3s have it a bit more difficult because if you don't keep consistent braking put into that corner, you will lose the rotation and get massive understeer, and then you're kind of forced to touch the curb on the inside, and that's pretty bad. I don't know. I am out of ideas. How much more, like, how can I even cut it more? This wasn't a cut at all, like it was just completely ignoring the corner in every aspect. I mean, strict should have given drive-through directly for such a huge cut. I don't know. No, but I never tested strict around here. Okay, it's yellow. Okay. We found it. 0.75. We found the cuts. We found the limit. You can find it by basically ignoring the existence of a low to medium speed corner. But there is a cut, so only for wits. All right. Well, let's maybe keep it inside the I don't know inside which track lines now. Like what? Like I tell to myself, let's keep it within the track limits now. But then again, like what are the track limits? It's not the white lines. Like driving with honor and respect, what would be now the racing, like the track limits that I should obey. Some would say that curb can still be counted as part of track, right? So this is still on track. And this is still on track. Well, I guess you all in gold 3 safety rating. Yeah, in the wet. Oh, what's going on there? In the wet, it's more difficult to get a cut, but I remember there was a changelog which said that they have fixed that, so it should be not different or not more opened up in the wet, but I don't think that's the case. You can still get away with bigger cuts in the wet. And don't ask me what that would look like compared to this. This is unemployment speed. Well, this is employment, but not the European 8 to 4 or 9 to 5. I find the phrase 9 to 5 job funny, because in Slovenia it's more like 7 to 3. I don't think many do start at 9, unless you have, well, you can have afternoon shift, but then it's not 9 to 5, then it's 12 to 8 or something. That's a viable line. Good to know. Work from home split. Well, I'm working from home. I'm working very hard from home. Slightly too hot into the apex. Okay, that outside line really feels good. Is there any other corner where we have not exhausted the track limits yet? Can test this one once more, but this is pretty much green if you return back to track normally. This is all fair. This one I will not cut because it will launch me into the trees on the right side. How to terrorize GT Freeze, indeed. Actually, I've never taken this curb yet. Honestly, it rides it pretty well. But you have to brake earlier, you can carry less speed, you have a bit more unsettled car for the right apex, so I don't know, I don't think it's quicker. Okay, there's no track limits on the outside anyway. After the Giga Chat cut right. Ooh, actually, I can try that. Maybe here as well. Ah, that's a cut. Ooh, that's a big cut. Okay, let's maybe not have any more cuts. Need some for David. So let's say Giga Chat cut here. Okay. I don't think that was a cut. The thing is that if you cut that curve a lot, at some point it stops being bumpy. Let's try one more time. It spat me back onto the track. Actually, it's quite difficult. It's kind of off camber a bit. Yeah, well, let's see. It's one of his favorite activities to jump into the seat and do some pit limiter laps while observing, well, not really the cars, but all the cranes and stuff beyond the barriers, and the ambulances and the fire trucks. And the cars are fun as well. He liked the Rexy Porsche. He started indeed. Come on. Beautiful off-track sequence. The old links, thank you for the sub, welcome. As we're about to lap Max Payne again. I don't know how to read that surname in French. I assume it's a French surname. He has to box again. So I think we will have successfully lapped everyone. Am I gonna let my kid only play RF2 engine? That's a great question. Well, I'm trying hard to complain about all the physics engines. So I end it so that eventually the devs develop a good thing that I can present to my kid. Problem is that you really need a good story mode or like career mode. It's not that much fun to just load a track and try to do laps, right? It has to be genetic. Let's see. I mean, I started like actual esports, if we can call Formula Sim Racing WC as esport. Started that when I was 18, so I lost a lot. I lost many years of development compared to other lucky esporters who got their steering wheels at a young age. Already knows cold brakes while spinning. Top 5%, yeah. Makes sense. Well, BeamNG is a really good one. But you know, we will have career modes. We will have LMU career mode. Have, well, AC Evo will have a career mode, right? BeamNG will have a career mode. I think play through those career modes is a pretty good development. And then I can farm some DR for the kid so he can just casually skip the bad lobbies, although maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe one has to go through all the carnage of Split 45. Maybe he will be the carnage of Split 45. Very close race, a lot of racing. No, actually the first stint or first two stints were really tight. Actually the pole position was like we got the pole by 20 milliseconds, 21 milliseconds. But yeah, about DD wheels it's crazy. Well, to be honest, G25 was 300 euros when I was young, and 300 euros for a wheel was unheard of. It was just like, you just don't spend 300 on a steering wheel. So I did spend 125 on DFGT. Got 6 years worth of sim racing out of it. Now I have the internal resistance of the Logitech gear-driven wheels deep inside my muscle memory. Yeah, I need to check out BMG one day. Problem is that there is too little days. He wants a battle.
Yeah, they just don't understand that they are not allowed to defend.
Yeah, by the rules they cannot, yeah. I mean, I'm not bothered at all, but yeah, by the rules he would have to move over, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think as soon as you are like kind of alongside him, he cannot just like keep going and and just drive normally.
I can do this. I can do this. And I can do this. And it still doesn't help me to get a tour. Oh, yellow track limit. Go up here. Bit of a rear funniness in second gear. But the car is very stable and pleasant overall, to be honest, if I'm not doing silly things. Who would know what is a track limit even? Well, how do you get these penalties? How do you get a stop go? How do you get plus 10? I don't even know. So the guy had plus 10. Ah, okay, so he got plus 10 and now he doesn't... He serves it in the pit stop or like at the end of the race, right? It's just gonna be plus 10 for the whole race. Now I kind of want to find out what happens if we get the full 5 cut points. Nah, I'm not gonna cut on purpose. David can if he wants. But Alex yesterday got straight drive-through, so I don't know what's the difference between, like, what do you need to do to get a plus 10 and what you need to do to get DT. Whee! I was on a very weird line there. pass for position off track. That makes sense. Because he did not get the penalty on the start. Like, nobody had +10 for quite some hours. Let's wait.
Do you know, is it 63 cars?
It's... no, it's 44.
People?
44.
Okay. Because I think the launch party was like... Or maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think Paul
It
Ricard...
felt very busy on the track.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, today we have 35. So there is 9 more that can be on track. Actually, this is a viable line still. No real bottoming. So you have set your preferred pit stop parameters? Well, I have the urge to scroll through and check what David has said, but that's not correct, right? Yeah, maybe stop go is for like extreme cut, like just going straight through the chicane full power. Or having a massive pit lane speeding infringement. Yeah, you can, yeah. Well, there is no VE here, but I don't think you get stop go for, like, if you speed in the pits, it's I think small speeds are drive-through and big over speeds are stop-go. Ah, you see the arrows now. And unintentionally you get to... Ooh! Ow. And he's in the wall. Unintentionally you get to double check the engineer's settings anyway. Last cut. Let's see how much we are forced to cut tomorrow. I don't think it's that bad, like... Traffic... When traffic comes... Now we will see. Tomorrow will be a top quality esports split. Well, famous last words, but let's see. Put in wrong lobby now, that's the correct lobby. correct lobby to check everything. All the track limits. One final understeer. Fuel is good. Fire it into the pit lane to get a red, orange, green. That was one final limit to double check.
I'm guessing it went red.
Yes. Oof. Well, let's check why it went red. Hi, Colin. All good. I'm gonna just wait to see if David has a clear pit entry.
Okay.
Looks like clear on pit entry. Actually, a Porsche is coming.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, the sugar is slightly low, but it's still kind of fine. I could have a little bit more unhealthy sugars, which I absolutely need sometimes. Load, please. Come on. So what did I do wrong? Is that a cut? Is this a cut? Is this the reason for the red stuff? Or is it this? It didn't appear here. And it didn't appear here, it appeared here. So maybe it's this. Yesterday I did the same and I got orange. But today I went there, like I went completely off. Completely. And it was not even a green one. So I don't know what's going on there. I know that the white line here is super strict, but I didn't go across it. But maybe it's a combination. Or maybe I was just so quick that it's detected that I'm really gaining time. But if you just go like here and just outbrake yourself, go straight off and back, maybe you lose enough time. But like I was stationary. I had to lose a lot of time. And when I went off before, I lost maybe 3/10. It's a mess with cut corridors, yeah. But I mean, you know, how do you even like you cannot for the entry cut? It will not show here because this can be a racing line, you know. You can just. I think in real life that's a reasonable racing line because you can be here and then you go back to left. I don't think they limit the usage of this corridor here. So even if you have a massive cut here, it will not show up until the game realizes that you are in the pit lane, which is here. So here it will show you. So maybe this gives you a bit of a cut. But actually it's this one that gives the major one. Who knows? Who knows? I call it extremely dirty. Nick, when does the new team get announced? 1-2 months maybe. A nice look. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it has a bit of delay because the sensor is not measuring the actual blood sugar, it measures the interstitial fluid. Is that how it's pronounced? So it has like 10 to 15 minute delay. And it's a bit kind of averaged more than the actual fully accurate blood sugar readings that you would get if you actually measured from the blood. But actual defined hypo is below 3.3. Like it should be 3.3 to 6.1. But that's like almost impossible to get unless you have a perfectly healthy pancreas and perfectly healthy body and perfectly healthy diet. As the replay goes crazy, so we go back to live and it's good again. When does VEC start at all? Did Jimmy announce anything? Let's check the Sim Racing Club. Jimmy Ellison. We are not postponing the season to start in June. Oh wait, that's September 25, sorry. Jimmy says he has considered just about anything. But nothing. Yeah, race 1 in January is cancelled. There is still a chance that in January, together with the hypercar update, we maybe get the driver swaps in hosted. Well, Jesper agrees with you, Nick. He would have loved another RF2 season, but I don't know what we would drive there. Like, those hypercars are utterly terrible. We could have done the Vanval again. That one was kind of reasonable, but again it's on the old tire because the newer ones are not available really. You know what WEC would have to do? They would have to come up with like the craziest of seasons. Like they would have to do maybe 4 different classes, but it shouldn't be just GT3, LMP and hypercar. It should be maybe I'm thinking maybe the McLaren Senna GTR, and then it would have to be like some of the less known, like I don't know, like Formula F 2000 for the slowest class, and maybe some like you know, Caterham or Minis for the slowest class. Something like that, like completely obnoxious 4 different classes. I would do that. I would do that. If I had to drive GT3s again in LMU, I don't want to drive GT3s in LMU again. It's just, they don't feel correct anymore. DPI, yeah, no, I don't want DPI. Oh, nice slotting in between. Yeah, I mean, people could report, but you know, I was the first to report it. I reported the bugs. I submitted the logs. Oh, 3.3. Okay, let's have another one, just in case. You give me your setups and then I like it. Perhaps. So no, I meant GT3s in R Factor 2. So because of how more advanced the GT3s in LMU are, I could not make myself do GT freeze in R Factor 2. That's what I meant. But I really appreciate the GT freeze in LMU. Even though there are things that I don't like on them, for sure. The limit is just bigger and number gray area. I don't know. I know what you mean. But yeah, the problem really is that there is still kind of some snappiness if you don't fix it by the setup, and that the front is still kind of numb, doesn't really respond how it should. But I cannot, like, for me, no other GT freeze in sim racing come close to this. So yeah, like RF2 Endurance Championship. So R Factor 2 for me is still very useful, but not for content that Le Mans Ultimate produces. So, you know, like, would be open wheeler multiclass. How would that look like? Formula Pro for top class, then Formula Renault 3.5 as the middle class, and then the Tatius, or Formula F2000 for the lowest class. That would be quite something. Or do it on AC. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much AC experience. I just know that AC, that's a bit of a late one, but alright. The space was there. AC is a bit tricky when it comes to racing and like car-to-car contacts and... Now for competition, I don't know if I like AC for competition. I loved the hot lapping with the... what was it called? Was it Tatius again? Like the Formula 4 car? It wasn't Tatius. Was it like the FA01? Felt great in AC. So I'm sure there are some road cars that feel amazing and behave very believably. But yeah, I'm indeed glad that we raced quite many times with the Tatius in drive-through for... Let's see. I'm glad that we raced Tatius in RF2 many times. I imagine that the AC level is pretty bad. And I understand why they say that AC is a driving sim but not a racing sim, even though that phrase is stupid. Oh, yeah, that's how we got a drive-through. No lifting. Go for it. But yeah, out of organized leagues, I guess AC, it's not easy to get proper racing experience on the top level. I hope that in AC Evo we get like multiplayer events on the open map. What was it? Was it Forza Horizon or some other game which had like open map that with like where like 100 cars spawned and then only one won in the end. I don't know how popular that was, but maybe AC Evo could make servers with kind of some battling in one or another way on the open map. Like open lobbies, 20-minute fights. I don't know, like you would need some great ideas and the way to implement them. Around the outside. Well, it was not a cut. You know, historic RF2 Endurance Championship. I'm unhappy that it never happened. Like I'm delighted that we had the chance to drive the Cobras, or like Cobras modded into that sports car mod, 1954, to push the cars around Old Spa and Monaco and stuff like that. That was beautiful, and Targa Florio. And the 67 sports car mod that we did the Monza endurance race at. How we raced the sports cars around Targa Florio as well, with the DRS on the front and on the rear, on the press of the button. And that we now had this historic open wheel racing series. That was a fantastic experience, but like something like multi-class 24-hour races of Le Mans on Old Spa, that would be quite something. And then again with minis, and then with the slow like 2-liter sports cars, and with could be 3, 4, 5 classes, whatever. They had many classes in the past. It was a nice slide. That's something I would instantly race if there was a good field.
Why was that a cut? I think I just didn't go off track enough.
Let me check. Loading, loading, loading. Still loading. Still loading. Well, the longer the replay, the longer the loading. So David misses the apex, goes off track, and that's a cut. Yeah. So basically, you don't get a cut if you completely cut the apex on the inside. But if you miss the apex and then go off, then it's a cut. Like the more you cut everything, the less of a cut you get.
But I never cut it. Like, it's not good to take that curb there. I don't know if we are talking about the same place though.
Turn 5, 6?
Well, there's this whole section. It starts with like a chicane.
4, 5. Yeah, chicane is 4, 5, I think.
And then it goes into like a very slow, awkward right-hander, and
Yeah,
it's like a long exit that goes into like right-hander. So, like, I never cut it there. Like, I can show you now. I don't know if you're looking.
Yeah, if you completely cut it and then go off track, then it's not gonna be a cut. But if you
I will not cut it, and it's not gonna be off track now. It's not even a calculation.
Okay. Well, yeah, because the less you cut it, or like the slower you go on the right, the more it's gonna be a cut. But the more you cut that apex, the less chance is it of the extension on the left to be a cut. gap to P2 is not genuine. They have to box again. They are doing extra stop for no reason. Or maybe they are optimizing the tire usage a bit more. But I don't know if it's worth it. I didn't do the calculations and all the stints and all the maths. Not even checking the strategy because I think it's pretty straightforward. Should be 15 to go, but well, Tiny Pedal says 16, but I think it's wrong. Although at this stage the Tiny Pedal shouldn't be wrong. Like let me calculate. Maybe next time over the line. Well, we have the fuel anyway for 16. Just complaining about the cuts or reporting. Okay. Yeah, HRC. We've been doing it with HRC, Nico Hillebrand and co. Hey Hadro. Oh, I forgot to close this before people from the other setup shop complain for having the David with the Go logo. Luckily sim racers and sim racing companies and sim shops at this level are not that finicky or picky about what's being shown and so on. Right, I forgot to check the laps over the finish line. Let's do it next time around. What was that MG doing? Vertically lagging. Conventional line. Okay. In-race ads and paint schemes. What? How do we have in-race ads? Well, in iRacing I never had the voice chat open, so I never heard anything. So no idea what people would be saying to me. They spam chat with their links. Ah, okay. Oh, that's crazy. And somehow they allow it. iRacing allows it. Interesting. Well, if I happen to be required to drive iRacing one day, or if they actually manage to fix their tires one day, I might look into it. All I need is just the tires to require the realistic and correct brake inputs, not this weird slow increase on the brake. That's the first step. Then I might have a bit more of a go. Daytona week, yeah, I can imagine. Oh no, I forgot again to check the laps. I have a attention span of like 3 or 4 seconds, I think. Calculator. Should be 8 to go, I think. It shows 9 though. Yeah, it's tiny pedal. Well, actually, you know, this is the energy which should not be really here for LMP2s. But I need to make like I need to make a dedicated ELMS kind of overlay. Right, so 15 minutes and 1 second. Divided by 9. 150.1 to get the extra lap. Wait, what? No, that's 40. What am I doing? It's 152.6 to get either 8 or 9 laps. But David can decide. 55.6. So we are safe on fuel, but if you want to do a lap less, you need to average slower than 52.6.
Not gonna happen.
Which means that if it's right on the limit, we would need to be within 188 laps. Slower or like quicker by 110 seconds of lap time divided by 188. We would have to be 6/10 quicker to get extra lap. Well, without our spins and offs and silly track limit exploration, maybe that's actually possible for tomorrow. Is it ancient? It's great. I have one that's much more ancient. David is averaging the pace that's required to do the extra lap. Or, well, not extra, but the expected lap, not one less. Well, it is well loved, like I need to clean it once. There is a problem that I failed this button, I don't know if it focuses. It's rotated around. Because once I completely disassembled it and cleaned it and stuff, and then that button went in the wrong way around. But luckily it still has the same function, right? So checking if there is any big battle behind, but it doesn't look like. This is scary GT3s that are looking like they're losing the rear. Guess we are doing the extra lap. Dear Motek. Just trying to figure out which laps were ones with the most obnoxious cuts to report and submit the trace before somebody else reports us for cutting. Okay, 9 to go, and then time to get well rested and ready for tomorrow's race. And who knows what happens tomorrow. But it will be much more difficult to be P1 for sure. I will not be as asleep at the start as I was today, because today the start was horrendous. Can I duplicate? I'm confused. That's not the one that I needed. I need to fix this one day. I mean, this doesn't really work when spectating anyway, so I shouldn't be fixing this now. Anyway. Carnage. Oh, he's gone. lose like 5 seconds to get 1 lap less.
I will maybe wait. Let's see.
But fuel is spot on anyway, for extra. Waving at Colombo. Into the last lap, or maybe not the last lap. 57 over the line. David is still going for it. Oh, that's right, another LMP2 without a badge. Well, Stephen Hood was without a badge, but there's another car without a badge, so maybe it's a bug still. Maybe it has not been fully resolved. Well, this feels like it's the last lap then. GG's, good race. Thank you.
GG. Thanks.
I've been sending the traces and logs and reports to fix.
Good. Although I think if anyone takes part in tomorrow's race, which, well, I don't know if I will, but it's gonna be an interesting experience because
yeah,
I doubt sure. they are going to fix it in one day.
Mm-hmm. I think we will all start decently clean, and then maybe somebody will start cutting a lot, and then others will just cut more and more, and in the end it will be a proper jungle.
Yep. I mean, the other thing is, like, I already have a muscle memory for the extending in some places, so it's gonna. I would have to now. I would have to force myself to drive kind of normally.
Yeah, indeed, and it's slower to drive normally, so. Well, anyway, I guess, David, enjoy your weekend and enjoy watching the madness tomorrow if you don't drive.
Yeah. I don't know yet. I have an offer, but yeah, let's see.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Wians. Thank you, Logi. And I think it's time for me to close this down. It's been a win. I'll not close it down. I need to wait for all the people to finish the race and then check the results. And before we do that, I'm gonna quickly check lap 42. Actually, wait, no, it's not 42. It's lap 42 of my second outing, which I'm never gonna find. Wait, with it? Ah, not hexadecimal. Right, we did 27 times 2 plus 27 times 2 plus 42, 150. Oh, replay. It wasn't this one. Maybe it was this one. Not this one either. Maybe 51? Thank you, Christian. About the badge in the standings... let's see. I'm gonna check. But... well, depends which standings you mean. So this wasn't a cut. I cannot find those cuts. Just gonna quickly scroll from this lap, maybe it's here. Yeah. If I recall, this was not a cut. I got a cut after that when I went fully crazy. So 148 maybe. While we are here. Yeah, this was a cut. This was finally a cut. And this was not a cut. Yeah, there is a problem. There is a problem and it's not right. And it's only online. And I hope people are reasonable tomorrow. Either way. We exit and we check the results. And we check how much... okay, I'm still P3 safety rating, so that's nice. Oh, that's... wait. That's many clean laps. I don't think we had 70 laps without a green cut. I think we maybe had 7. So maybe some green cuts are not counted as a cut. Nothing a sausage curb won't fix, indeed. Only one arrow down. They had 3 hours down. We were not the ones with the most cuts, so... and BS plus 1 by 2 laps. Finish time, perfectly timed. Yeah, no, we get extra lap at least tomorrow, for sure. Okay. The funny thing is that it said silver 2, but here we are silver 3. But then I guess this silver 3 is because combination of our DRs. What is this leaderboard about? What is this even? 22 overall cars on the leaderboard. Eh? Who would understand? How many P3s? Well, we had 3 Actually 2. Ah, yeah, there were 3 and then 1 unregistered. So yeah, both went to split 1. Yeah, but it's not... Something is missing from here. It was the first... I think it was the first of the sessions or the first of the races. Was there another one at earlier time? Ah, there is update currently going on. Online status is orange. We are performing some server updates before the holiday season. That's nice. We are pushing into cold servers as such events may take up to 10 minutes to start after the scheduled start time. Copy. Race control has returned from maintenance. This should resolve champ badges not working with custom teams. Custom teams not allowing you to register 2 lineups for the same event. Okay. But for the... Yeah, there was already 1 race at 4 AM. So maybe it's taking some laps from there, but David did not do that. So I don't know what this is about. Anyway, that's it for today. Tomorrow we do full esports, full sweat. Hopefully less cutting than today. Surely less spinning than today. And a different kind of fun than today. Till tomorrow, then, have a very nice Friday and see you. And thank you for all the chats and the likes and the subs. Much appreciated. Bye bye.